comfortable. That's what I see this dude. I'm in trouble in your high school head. Just giving you the blues. You wanna graduate but not instead. It's what you gotta do. Got the phone, I'm always home. Call me anytime. 624 350. I need a life for crime. Dirty deeds, done the cheap. Dirty deeds, done the cheap. Dirty deeds, done the cheap. Having trouble and you're not alone. Got a broken heart. Double dealing with your best friend. That's when the teardrops start. Pick up the phone and leave it home. I make a social account. Come right in, forget about her. We'll have ourselves a bow. Now dirty deeds, done to cheap. Dirty deeds, done to cheap. Dirty deeds, done to cheap. But you ain't got the guts. Bitches lying at you night and day. Enough to drive you nuts. Pick up the phone and leave her alone. It's time you made a stand. For me, I'm happy to be your back, your one back. Dirty deeds, done to cheap. Dirty deeds, done to cheap. Dirty deeds, done to cheap. Done to cheap. I know, done to cheap. Dirty deeds, done to cheap. Dirty deeds, done to cheap. Thank you.
Sorry, thought I was unmuted. Hey everybody, how y'all doing? Garrett, Red Pill. I think I said hello to everybody else. Cheryl, Pam, Terry, Meat Puppet, Daniel. Oh, I'm sure I'm missing somebody. Sorry about that. Yeah, and Jeff. So how y'all doing? Seriously. Hope y'all had a good day. It's Monday. I know it's most hated day of the week. Hey, Mindy, good to see you. So y'all are probably wondering about the trial. I have been trying to share ways to secure your property. And hey, Anne, good to see you. Somebody mentioned to me about a transfer on death deed. So this is a deed that if I would have known about it, well, and then if I could have got it done. So, okay, wait, we'll go to me. If you own a property and you fill out a transfer on death deed, then you name a beneficiary and a alternate beneficiary in case something happens to the first one. This is to keep it in the family. And that this deed keeps it out of probate, so you don't have to wait years for the probate. Once you pass, the beneficiary would then go file an affidavit of death with the in the deed records with the county clerk in the county that the property exists in. And it sounds really pretty good. But I just wanted to share that with y'all. It's you really don't need a attorney or a realtor or anybody to do that. You can look it up in your state. Texas is the state I looked at, and it was explaining to me how you do it. And I called the county clerk's office also and talked to her. And so if my mama had done that, then I could sign an affidavit of death. But that wasn't done. So and if y'all own property, that's another good way to keep it out of probate and make it a cheaper way to transfer property to future generations. And that's what we're all about, taking care of our families, right? The Ladybird deed is a little bit different, Mindy. It's a, I guess it could be considered the same thing. It'd be charming. Good to see you. If that all would have been completed. A lot of things were kind of halfway done. And so, yeah, that's one thing. Don't think you have all the time in the world. We don't know what tomorrow holds. And so that's why I keep trying to find different ways to help others so they're not going through all this mess. Because it's a mess. But that's okay. Still moving out there. till we see what happens. Because it can go into probate for years, like years. I know people that's been waiting for 10 years and it's still not. And all that does is it keeps jacking up the attorney fees. The longer it's in probate, the longer you pay an attorney, and it just is making that attorney richer. That's all it's doing. Is y'all's postal service down again, Anne? Hey, John Dunning, good to see you. Okay, so tonight it is the 7th Amendment. Hey, Carolina, good to see you. It's kind of like a living will. You can have your will also, because in your will, that's where you'll want to distinguish between who gets what. The deed, the transfer upon death deed is just naming who you want your property to go to upon your death. Hey, TJ, good to see you. Yes, TJ. And the beneficiary can be anybody, siblings or whoever. Hey, Echo, good to see you. And it sounds pretty good. Look it up, transfer of death deed for whatever state you're in. And if you do a trust, you can name it whatever you want to and turn it into a LLC, and that makes it more secure, from what I understand. Texas is making some new laws that really has me concerned, and I'm working on writing up something to send to all the representatives, the legislature. Some of the things, I posted it on my community page. Yes, TJ, I remember that. South of Dallas, I think. And so what they're trying to change is what are they trying to change? They're trying to get rid of the homestead. Like when you go and do your taxes, if you put it a homestead, it gives you an exemption. They're trying to get rid of that exemption. And I think I saw that they were trying to get rid of the, once you turn a certain age, you don't have to pay school taxes anymore. I think they're getting rid of that one also. Anthony, good to see you. Savage Lee, welcome. So, and there's a whole lot of other things that are in that. It's on my community page posts. If any of y'all, especially from Texas, want to listen to it, I'm just seeing a lot of concerning things here that we really need to stand against. Yeah, savagely, so am I right now. But if Texas passes that, they're trying to get rid of the homestead. I wouldn't want them to take the homestead exemption away. That's why I'm writing all of these down, because That's no, you're not going to do this. I'm just one person. I mean, all of y'all keep an eye on the new laws. They are really sticking a lot of new laws out there, and you have to really dig to find them, what their exact intentions are. Yeah. Hey, Zombie Force, good to see you. Cindy, good to see you. I'm staying strong. I had a moment earlier, but we're good. it's funny because yeah, TJ, same. And I don't know. It's it's always been the same here. Even my mother, and I can't remember what age it was when they took the school taxes off of her tax bill, and that's another thing that they're trying to do away with, and I just don't agree with it. We gotta stand up against these things, y'all. Okay, the Seventh Amendment is, and this is kind of interesting, y'all. Well, they need to just close the government then, Zombie. No. Good grief. Okay, I'm going to read this. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. So these courts, I wish Sean or somebody was up here right now. So I'm thinking these courts that are doing, what do they call it? The civil courts, if they decide something and then it goes before the Supreme Court, isn't this saying that that's not allowed? True, our courts don't follow common law. And, oh, it was revised. Okay. Hey, Al Bundy. Good to see you. You're going to be a grandpa. That's awesome, Al. Congratulations. The only state that I know of that has common law court is Pennsylvania. That's something that we are trying to get back by creating assemblies and grand juries, is common law courts, so that it will be done as it's supposed to be, without everybody getting rich off of this. Yeah. Now you're making me want to go back and look at 10. 10. The power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution. nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Yeah, that's what we need to get back to. Is this your first time out? That's cool. Oh, there's one of my partners in crime. Hey,
Howdy.
how you doing?
Good. I'm making dinner, but I was just throwing you on and I heard, I wish someone was up here with me. I thought, oh, I probably should be up there with her. It's Monday. It's Constitution Day.
Thank you.
I heard those good words. Seventh Amendment, right?
Yes,
Sounds good. Carry on.
Al's going to be a grandpa for the first time.
Oh, Sergeant Al. Congratulations. Oh, doggies. Hello to everybody. Chat. I can't really see good. I'm on the phone. I'm making
Married
dinner.
proper.
Hmm.
So, is it only proper if it's in a church? Just curious. Hey, Cola. Good to see
Is,
you.
is what proper?
Getting married in a church. Really wanted a cat.
What?
So, isn't that
Hmm.
okay? Did I say that right? That that like if it's a civil court and a civil court makes a decision, then it shouldn't be able to go before the Supreme Court, right?
I think it has to go through. Well, civil and criminal courts are different, and I don't always understand what the. I mean,
Well, that's true too.
but
Civil
I
is
think it has to go through. I think it goes through those lower ones before it goes to a Supreme Court. But I think a Superior Court is as powerful as if I don't know, the Supreme Court made themselves the arbitrate, the final say on cases, but they still they are just giving decisions. They're so I don't know. What was your question again? I got in a loop in my own head. I'm
it's
sorry.
okay. Um, okay, criminal court is if you have committed a criminal crime. Civil court is if you have, like, say, um, you have put a deposit down on a rental property and you went in and cleaned it up and got it all ready, and all of a sudden they say, "Oh, I've decided not to rent it to you." That would be civil. That's
It's more
a
yeah, it's
civil
more
and
between civilian disputes,
yes,
pretty much. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. It's just as far as like which court it goes to and what one first and all that. It's like where's Sean
yes. Where's Sean? Because
or
then I
Vex?
then I ask, and I sent both of them an email. Um, then I would ask, is okay, grand jury, would that take out all of those extra courts? Like if you have a grand jury court, would that replace civil, criminal?
No, because remember they just do an indictment. They just decide either no bill or indict, and then it still has to go to court. That's just the preface to that
Yes.
trials.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So Cindy said civil suits are limited. So they are. Um, I was in a civil suit one time, and the cap of how much you can receive from that case has a limit on it.
Right. And a minimum too. Like you can take someone to court for $25. And you
Yeah,
can have a trial by jury for as low as for something as well. You can always have that. You have a right to a trial by jury. But then there's all this,
yeah.
what you're eligible for with public defenders and all that stuff. I don't know. Some people know the court system's a whole lot better than I do. I really haven't been through much of the court system. Thank God I haven't had to do much with it. But
Yeah.
I have seen a lot of my friends go through hell going through the court system, and it sounds
Oh,
like a nightmare.
it is. It
Yeah.
is. Because I have seen an officer and the, well, I was countersuing the suant, and I have seen both of them sit on the stand and absolutely lie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if they had a good enough lawyer, they could get away with it. And then they all just pay each other. They're sycophants, they're all sycophants in the whole system.
Yes. Hey, Chuck, good to see you, and thanks for that. We sound like stoned stroke victims.
What the hell, man? You get up here. Let's see how you sound.
What a description.
Wow. Tell us how you really think. Mhm.
Excuse me.
He knows us too well.
Dang nabbit, I gotta behave myself now. I'm gonna be a grandpa. um, only in front of the grandkids. The video feed was running way slow. Okay. Miss you, Chuck. So, um, hmm. Well, I do have the quiz still. The other quiz that's
Well, let's
only
see.
in fours.
Yeah, let's wait and see. Where's Wildlife and where's
Yeah,
no Roots and anybody else that usually joins us.
I don't know. Well, see, lately I've been starting at 8:30, and so they may think they have some more time. Um, the but I have an appointment tomorrow, so that's why I went ahead and made it for 8.
Mhm.
That's my usual time, but
Right.
yeah,
Well, most people be looking at that time, so I don't know if I wouldn't say that's it. It's hit or miss, right? Like I couldn't be here the last couple weeks, and it's just the way it
yeah.
is.
So, Dee, what are you cooking for supper?
I am cooking up butternut squash. I roasted a couple days ago, and then today I just roasted pumpkin, and so I'm gonna mix them together.
Mm,
Yeah, they're really pretty. Let's see if I can show you.
squash and pumpkin together.
Well, yeah, this is
That's
the butternut squash. That was all.
mm-hmm.
And then one of them was my pumpkin, but some of it was kind of rotted and not good. Some of it was not good. So I didn't use a lot of that one. But that's
I
what's
bet the
going on
horses would eat it.
here. Mhm.
I bet the horses would eat it.
Oh yeah, it's the birds too. There's always the whole chain going.
Yeah,
Whole
true.
chain. Yeah, I'm deciding if I want to make it a curry soup too, like a red curry. I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know. Anyway, I don't it's not even really necessarily for dinner. Well, I'll be eating it for dinner, but I was going to tell my husband to get something in town maybe cuz I don't really have anything for meat or anything. And I cooked all weekend, so it'd be nice if he just got himself something. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. That's my exciting news for the day.
Yeah, good to see you.
There's not much else going on. It's rained here real hard today. So a big storm went through. I wonder if it went up to Washington today. If it was on the
Mm-mm.
whole, I don't know if it was on the whole coast or what. Not
We
sure.
haven't had any rain.
Well, you are in Texas. You aren't really known for lots of rain showers.
Actually, we're getting fire alerts.
Hmm.
So um, that just means we got to be more careful with fires, like the welders and barbecue and burning trash.
Yeah.
If we're under a burn ban, you can't do any of those anyway. You can still do the welding, I guess. But,
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, but I wonder if they didn't reinstate some burn permits now. I mean, it's weird. It feels like fall just turned on overnight the last day or two. The way
I'm
this week
waiting.
was.
I'm waiting for that.
Yeah,
I,
well,
I see some 80s in the future, but
80s. I built the fire yesterday. Got the firewood going already.
Today our high was only 87.
Mm. Oh,
Only.
is that Cynthia? Is that Cynthia? I can see just the beginning of the names, you guys. I'm sorry. Hi, is that Lady Smith? Oh, I have to click
Yes.
on that.
Hey,
Yes.
Lady Smith. Good to see you.
And Carolina's in here, I heard, I think.
Yep.
Everybody, you know I love y'all. I can't say all your names. Crying out loud, we'll be here all night.
Lows in the 50s coming. Ah,
That's what we get. That's like 55 degrees
I would love that. It
almost all year long.
Well, one night it said it was getting down to 59, but
Mm.
all I see is 60s, 61, 63, 65.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
well.
Well, it looks like
It'll cool
Dallas
off
is sunny.
eventually. It, then I'll be
Dallas.
complaining I'm cold.
Mhm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we can start the quiz if you
Okay.
want. I mean, if no one else is going to show up, we'll just let everyone know what kind of dum dums we are, and whatever we can answer, we'll answer, and that's fine. That's what it's about. That's how we learn. So,
Exactly. And that's what I like, that it is how we learn.
mhm.
Those are all the deeds. Um
55
Proverbs,
degrees.
Constitution, there we go.
I got to put on my blender for a minute, so I'm going to mute here for a minute.
Okay. 25. Oof. Knew there was a reason I didn't live in Canada. Oh, what stinks about this is then I can't see the chat. Um, Wait. If I share it, no, then I still can't see the chat. Bonnie, use your head. Rhythm living makes you feel alive. Hey, we can get out and run around more in the South. Fort Worth, that's where you're moving. Oh, cool, Damon. Um, I'm like 4.5 hours away from Fort Worth. Maybe About that. It depends on how good the traffic is.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how much pumpkin pie, oh shoot, I think I put salt and pepper in that. Yep, I know I did. Well, we're not using that pumpkin for pumpkin pie, I don't think. I mean, it'd probably be fine, but I wonder how many cans it is. I still haven't looked up a recipe. I'm so lazy. For pumpkin pie, how many cans you end up using?
What for one pie?
Yeah,
It would be 1 can, wouldn't it? So that's a 16-ounce can,
14.5 ounces now.
14.5 ounce.
Hmm. That's what it would be.
Yep, I
One
think so.
can. Hmm.
With
Okay.
the evaporated milk.
Well, so 1 pint would probably do it then. 1 pint would. I could do 2 pies.
Is it evaporated milk or condensed?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't made it much. Maybe once or twice.
It's the little one. I can't
Uh,
remember.
yeah, right. One of the little ones. Well, they're both little ones, the condensed and the evaporated.
Well, um, yeah, it's been a while since I made it. Okay, look online.
Yeah, I just remembered I was gonna save some of this pumpkin for my pumpkin pies for Thanksgiving.
Lady Smith is saying pint of pumpkin per pie.
Hmm.
Echo
15
said
ounces
15
or
ounces
two
or 2 cups.
cups. Ah,
That's what
thank
I'm
you, ladies. Okay.
getting.
Okay, okay.
Y'all are
Yeah.
great.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. I love squash and
Oh no, Al.
yummy. It won't even matter about the pepper. Shoot, I love pepper in those. I didn't realize that those were in the really good gingerbread cookies have a good amount of pepper in them. They got a good little spice kick to them, you know.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pepper's like a they're not in every recipe, but they're in most for ginger cookies.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Particularly probably ginger spice cookies. Cream, whatever you have. Yeah. Who's ready for Thanksgiving? Mm-hmm. Yes. Food.
Hmm.
We don't eat enough. You know, we don't eat enough. Oh no, it's October, not November. Good. Okay, we still have October.
Yes.
Still
It
have
just
October. Okay.
hasn't even turned October 1st yet. Quit rushing it.
I'm ready. I'm ready. It feels like fall. It feels like fall overnight. It was like boom, you know?
I don't know. I don't know how these holidays are going to be. Well, hopefully they'll be moved in.
Hmm.
We'll see. We'll see what
Well, I
happens.
imagine you'll have some difficult highs and lows. Hopefully some highs and not all lows. They are very hard for this community. I know a lot of the holidays, you know, there's a lot of people that are grieving loss and disconnection with their families and you know, that's hard. I try to be there too for everybody and
Yeah.
but then when we have our family in real life, it's like we have to tend to that too, you know, but there's a lot of people here that don't have
Yep.
that. You know, I mean, I was just in Chicago. That memorial was like 80 people were there, you know, and
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just used to that family. And then I got home, and there was a lot of before I left, there was a lot of birthdays. I got back, there was other things going on. I don't know, it's just busy time of year. Summer's always really busy for me, and then the fall and winter come in, and it's just like time to rest my bones, you know. I'm
Yeah.
tired. I'm
And
ready
that's
for fires and reading and music. Yeah.
That's probably when I'll be live more because I know a lot of people are stuck in their homes up north, and uh,
And
seems
that's what
that,
we are. Yeah, we're stuck in our homes too, more than, right? In the
yeah,
winter.
well, I'm not, but y'all might be.
You're not?
The
I
only way
am.
we are is if we get ice or snow, and it's rare.
Hmm.
But otherwise, no. It's
Hmm. So I'm gonna put 2 pints away of pumpkin, and then I'm only really gonna add like it looks like about a half a cup to a cup to my butternut squash soup, but it'll still be good. I like to mix them up. Yeah, I like the slow down, Lady Smith. I like the fires and the reading and books. It's like I will pull out piles of books by my wood stove and just sit there and read and read and read.
and I feel for the people who have to shovel snow. I cannot imagine having to do that every day.
That's why my husband will not leave California. He's like, "Where will we go?" He asks me every time. I'm like, "Oh, oh,
I would have to
oh."
own one of those little, they're little bitty, uh, oh man, what do you call them? It's got a little cage around it, and then it's got
Snow
this,
blower, little snow blower.
no,
Oh,
you ride in it, you drive it, and it's got the blade in the front, but it's tiny.
hmm.
It's not like the big ones that they use out on the roads. It's just a little, is it a skid steer? Is that, no?
On your truck, a plow. My uncle has a plow. He goes and neighbors all the families' driveways when it snows like that.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Splitting wood is also a good workout. Yes, it
Oh
is.
yeah, it is. So stacking it when you have to stack it.
You men build those muscles. We'll be in the kitchen.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, you betcha.
I would like to get one of those savagely. That's on my list because you never know.
You'd like to get what? What is it? What you want?
One of those propane flamethrower things.
Mm. Hmm.
Paint color. All right. Quiz. See, I can't see chat when I do it though.
I can read it somewhat, and I
I
might be
just,
able to get. I can get to sit to the computer in a couple minutes. But right
okay,
now, I'm
I'm
still in the
just wait for
kitchen.
you. And we'll just
I'm
keep
still in
talking.
the kitchen, barefoot, pregnant, and making my foot. No, I'm just kidding. I wish I was. I wish I was barefoot, naked, and pregnant in my kitchen and like 25 years old.
Naked.
Why not? We should be naked more, I think. Don't you guys think so? I'm sure most people would agree.
Mm, I
Not
think my
around each
daughter would
other, by
disagree.
ourselves.
If I walked through the house naked, she would be like, Mom, what?
I'm not saying I want to hang out with y'all naked. I'm saying by ourselves. We should hang out naked more. It's good for you. It's good for everything. Yeah, that's what they say anyway.
Oh my goodness.
My friend Marjorie told me that I want you to lay naked on the earth every day. I'm like, okay, Marjorie, on your belly, she says. You want me to do Superman flutters too, Marjorie? Now, Sergeant Al, you need to behave. I'm a happily married woman. Come on, Shasta. Outside. I love you. Okay, quiz. We're going downhill fast. I didn't mean it like that. I meant it like childhood innocence thing. My daughter was like that with her little with Shay's son. Can we be naked until they were like 5 years old? And then we were like, no, you can't be naked anymore. You're too old for
Mm.
that now. But they used to love to run around naked. And
Oh,
we were, anyway, yes.
I understand. I had one that as soon as she would get home from school, the clothes were going. And I was like,
Right?
hold up, wait a minute.
Not just the bra. Oh, let me show you what the view's
Oh,
like sometimes.
she was too little for a bra hump. Hmm. It says that storm clouds. Oh, she pushed the wrong button. Oh, she'll come back up on the computer maybe. So, can you read one of the motivational things? If I go live tomorrow night, I said we were kind of talking last night about things and the way they're going. And I know a lot of people don't agree with me about this, but I am concerned about where the homeless people are going. We're seeing more and more homeless people because of being priced out of their homes, or they just can't make enough money to pay for rent or a home, which is understandable because everything just keeps going up, the price of everything. The only thing I've noticed the price going down on are eggs and gas for some reason. But the electricity keeps going up, the water keeps going up, things like that. So it's the things that affect us right where we live, right in our homes. And one of the questions that everyone should be asking their children, which one of y'all cares anything about my well-being? Because you want to know who's going to be there for you when you need it. I pretty much found out instantly back when I got sick, so I know who's going to be there and who I can count on. But the yeah, savagely, that's what I'm worried about. And okay, Wayne, the kids can't pay their mortgage, so that's where I think families need to double up. But so I don't know if we're going to do a whole thing about that, like tomorrow night or Thursday night maybe, but it's very concerning what is happening to our homeless people. Y'all know there's a lot of veterans in that group. They're not all illegals. They're not all crazy. They're not all on drugs. I mean, I know a lot of people that this is affecting, and they're just on a fixed income, can't work, and here they are. And then with them making it illegal to sleep in your car or stay in an RV, all these things, they're adding up, y'all. It's like they are doing this on purpose, in my eyes, to make it to where everybody's going to be homeless and we're all going to be arrested. Oh, but the jails aren't big enough. So is that where the camps come into play? I mean, um, it's just some things to think about that I have several videos and things that we can talk about to go over all that. Self is the main catalyst. Well, to a point. I mean, you have to take care of yourself. Definitely try to keep yourself in good health and not have to depend on others, but there's times. What if I'm out there watering in my garden and so donating stepping stones to other people, they're kind of zigzagged. What if I just step off wrong and break an ankle? Or just step off the steps wrong and break an ankle. You know, it's our shoulder. Look at poor Jen. She just fell and hit her shoulder, and thankfully she lives in a building with other people that she got a little help, but not a lot. I mean, different things can happen out there just that you don't expect. Yes, they want us completely dependent, Lady Smith. I totally believe that. Camps will never be allowed. Mm. Well, they sure are for illegals, aren't they? What are they going to do with them once they get all the illegals deported? I just feel like once they set something up, they're not going to undo it. Just saying.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, you're good. Glad you're back. I just went off on a spiel.
Oh, good. Darn it. I'm sorry I missed it. A good little rant, was it?
Not a rant, just
Mhm.
things I'm concerned about.
Too bad. Love me a good Bonnie rant.
Holiday. Wait,
Well, let's see if I can read the comments. um, oh, one thing I do not like about the fall is Halloween. I very much despise Halloween. Do not care for that.
no more
Okay.
dollar.
Mm-mm-mm.
That's why we gotta know how to barter. How are you gonna meet me?
Who?
How?
He's gonna meet you.
He said I never expected to meet you. And wait, what?
Hmm. Well, he means like this, I think.
Inflation is over 100% since 1960 and gold at an all-time high. Really,
Things we should are be concerned about. What is Anthony talking about?
for no,
Anthony has a sense of urgency about something going here. We're concerned about a lot of things. You know
well,
them.
because I was talking about where are the homeless?
Mm,
What
mm-hmm.
where are they? And that's concerning. And that's what I was talking about. Any of us could be homeless at any time. A lot of us are being priced out of our homes. Thank the good Lord, I have a place to go for now.
Mm-hmm.
Is it forever? I don't know yet. And um, but a lot of people don't. And
Yeah.
so that's
Well,
where I'm looking at If I need to have a way for them to put tiny homes on the property out there, I'm not gonna
Mhm.
I'm not gonna turn my back on them.
Mhm.
Can't do it. And that's what I see, a lot of distrust between people. Don't trust your neighbors. Don't trust. Well, the medical field. Do y'all ever look at Patriot Nurse?
No.
Man,
Mm-mm.
I really like her. And she, she even is discouraging going to the hospital. And if you do, do not go alone. Have somebody there all the time to be your voice. It's, I mean, these are all things that affect us personally, our whole families, our whole everything.
It's amazing we got through life this long without realizing how many things were trying to kill us.
I know.
Isn't it? I mean, really, the food, the water, the air, the medical community, there are really good people in the medical community that do
Yes.
care, and we know that there are, and there some of them are in here, but a lot of them walked away, and some of them couldn't, but
And
damn, man, it's a willing genocide. It's like, roll up your sleeve and
yes.
do it. And some people did it to despite people that were telling them not to do it. I mean, it's
Yeah.
wow, what a time to be alive, really is kind of crazy. It
A
just
little
really
bit.
is.
And you've got it going on out there, Dee.
I'm
What
still
you're,
mad. Okay, I'm still mad.
well, I know, but you've got your mama there. Your, you know, your kids know they can come back if they need to. It's not like, and that's the thing. All these other countries you see, they take care of their families.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
And
I think one of my kids' friends is going to she may end up moving up here. But I wanted to tell you about two homeless people that I do know about. One of them is this guy who's gone to my church for a long, long time. I've known him, it had to be over 15 years,
mm-hmm,
probably about 20 years. He'd been homeless for, golly, I don't know. He had a scamp trailer with a truck for a long time. He would drive it around town and stuff. But recently, we were helping him with his truck situation. Like, we stored it for a little while for him, and I guess everybody in the church has helped him with something or another, and
yeah.
um at one point he wouldn't put something in my calendar, and my husband was going to get all mad about it, and he realized, wait a minute, dude, this isn't an employee. You can't get mad at them because they're not going to put something in their calendar. So anyway, because he was like getting overwhelmed about his schedule. Anyway, long story short, we know him pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
He has been set up at a hotel. Um, it's the Giantoli area in Humboldt, where there's many hotels. There's two or three of them that they turned, and I think they were for migrants first. Well, they were for homeless, they said, of course, but I
Mm-hmm.
did a video there. I think it was like 2 years ago. Star and I were driving around in the car, and I drove by, and the bus was like all in. It looked like Chinese. It looked like Chinese or Japanese. Forgive me. I should know the difference.
Dang
They
it.
look, but anyway. So that
Oriental.
what? D puts the Jer and Jerry. I've been screaming for 55 years. Anyway, but he's over there too now. He's in that area. By the
Mm-hmm.
way, that's the same area where Tractor Supply is. And I told you guys a story one time where this guy he was riding a bike down the street, no shirt, all tattooed up, and jeans. And his dog was behind him, and I was in my car, and I was going to turn, and dude just ignored me and just rode on. And then his dog like paused and was looking at me, you
Oh,
know?
no.
And I was like, oh my gosh, this dog has more freaking manners than this idiot on the bike, you know? And so, um, because he stopped and waited for me, I turned. Well, then the next thing I know, this asshole's yelling at me and screaming at me about his dog because he turned around and from what he saw, you know, here I'm turning and then his dog comes out and he thought
Yeah.
it looked like I almost hit his dog and stuff. And it was just that area is a lot of drugs. They have a needle program over there. It's like they've decided where to confine everybody. That's how I see what's been done to our society too, is a lot of
Yes.
corralling of a lot of the people.
Yes.
Um, you know, a lot of them been forced out of the deep woods. They can't afford to really live very far out there. Or if they do, they're living real poverty. They're not able to go to town. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, there's probably people living on bunnies and squirrels and shit. I'm not kidding. You know, there are people out here that do not have computers. Lots of them. It's just
Oh, yeah.
wild. I wonder how much of the heartland is like that too. I've seen a lot of seniors have to just capitulate, I would say is the word, you know, have to concede and use them.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been, you know, working with somebody that we both don't want to have to do computer work, but we're doing it anyway. Because if you think your computer work could actually help, maybe save some children, maybe, you know. And then the other homeless person is my friend Star. Of course, she took her brother in. She took her brother in, and she's always taken somebody in. Her and we've been in cahoots together, helping a couple people out too. There's no
Yeah.
shortage of needy people in Humboldt County on the street. Like literally, when you have a woman come up to you and ask you where could she go that's safe, where she's not going to have people trying to rape her,
Yes.
that's pretty eye opening.
Yes.
So, and I haven't seen her in a while. I used to see Katie around town here and there. The one spot I used to see her at was they had a loading dock, you know, and they had like the ramp and everything. And I'd see her back there at night hanging out with a couple other people. But that company, like everybody else in town, had put up a wrought iron gate and fence and stuff. So, because if you had anything like that, that's where they go. So nearly every business in town that has any kind of shelter, you know, some of them just let them be there and then they just have them move in the morning. A lot of them do that, especially the Asians and the Mexicans.
Mm-hmm.
They really, you know, they do let the homeless beg on the street, but there are some faces that are kind of going through my mind right now. Like, okay, haven't seen that lady in a while. There's a lot of new faces, a lot of new homeless now. So I don't know. It's creepy, right? It is. It's creepy.
It is. But so do you think that those cultures are more generous than we are?
Which cultures?
You said the Chinese and
Oh,
Spanish.
no, it's not that they're more generous. I think they're more tolerant of what I'm saying is like a beggar. There's this Asian restaurant in Arcata that is a stop sign, you know, and there's a gas station across the street. And there's usually somebody right there in front. I mean, I guess they can't really make them leave, but I see them sometimes in their Mexican restaurants archways and stuff, you know, they'll just let them sleep there if they're at the night and then in the morning kick them out. I had to deal with that when I was the preschool cook. You know, I remember I told a few stories about those times. So it is a problem. There's nowhere for them to go. And then they get corralled and it's a mess. We don't really know. We're not really dealing with it, I think, in a
And
good
that's
way.
what's concerning. Like you said, you hadn't seen one in a long time. So what happened? And, um, you know, they're getting chased out of the cities. Are they? I mean,
Yeah, not in Arcata. This is a sanctuary city. Remember, there's still
Yes.
there's people here all over that don't even speak English. They're housing them. It's not really hostile in Arcata to homeless. There are the ghetto punks will get their asses kicked. Like there are certain people I know that they will do the ass kicking on the they have
Yes.
their own way. So I mean, I haven't talked to that. Justin used to be kind of my in with the homeless scene, but he's up in Fortuna, and he got kooky on me and Star at dinner one night. He thought I was looking at him cross-eyed or something, and just freaking, I'm like, dude, good night. So I haven't talked to him for a while, but he's a very paranoid person anyway too. But I don't know. I don't know how much of it is his head or is warranted.
Hmm.
You never know, because you never know how much they're targeted. It seems like they seem they seem pretty vulnerable to be targeted to a lot of stuff, you know,
Yes.
a lot of stuff. So well,
And that's what I worry about, the elderly, disabled.
in Portland, they take money and they think that supplying needles and having the drugs be all concentrated up there in that area is a good thing, but it's like, why don't you take that money and help these people, like really help them, give them better, more helpful drugs that help them get off that shit,
Yeah.
and give them purpose in life, a will to live.
Well, I shared a video of a lady that was living out there on the streets, and she was saying, okay, like, if the creative path, good to see you. Um, she was saying, like, okay, you take a joint and cut it in quarters, and so they would sell a quarter for $5, but they were dipping it in LSD and letting it dry and then selling it just like they did before for the $5. But that amount of LSD is so much that it's like taking 4 doses of it, I guess you would call it. So they're overdosing on it.
I don't know. Okay, I don't recall anybody like LSD is not really like I okay, in the 80s they were lacing joints with PSP, and I think that's what messed up my one of my uh one of my friends. And
Yes.
but LSD, as far as I know, I don't recall anybody lacing joints with it or anything like that. Like I've had it as a liquid and I've had it on paper, but oh shit.
Well, I'm just that's
I
just so
don't know that
weird.
it could actually be LSD in reefer. I really, oh God, I got butternut soup everywhere, and I've what a freaking disaster. Look what I did. I walked away. Ow! The mess. Mess.
Hey, Jerry.
Shit. Hey, Jerry. Damn it. But I did line that pot with vinegar, so the good news is it probably won't be super burned.
Yeah.
But I do have mess everywhere.
Well, I'm not
Hmm.
familiar with those drugs, but that's that was just her story. And
A
she
lot
said
of
2 days later they'll be deceased. And so
them.
whatever they're dipping it in
Oh, I
is,
missed something. All I heard was 2 days later. What? So people are tripping? They're hallucinating? Is that what you said?
yeah, she said, okay, you take a joint, divide it into quarters.
Yeah,
They
I
would
heard all that.
sell the one quarter for $5. but she said that they were dipping it. She said LSD, and so it was it was like 4 doses of it.
Mhm.
They're overdosing on it. That's what she
Mm,
was saying.
I don't think it's
And
LSD, is what I'm saying. I
I
still
don't know
hold to
what it
that.
is. I don't know what it is that's making people just bend over, passed
Mhm.
out, standing in the streets.
Fentanyl or PCP, some
But
bullshit drugs like that.
do you see it? Do you actually see it
Mm.
anywhere where you live?
No, not people don't lace joints with stupid shit like that here.
No,
Nobody
I'm
would
talking
lace.
about, do you see people bent over? They're showing like streets and streets lined with these people
Mhm.
bent over. Do you see that where you live?
Mm, not really. They're usually laying or sitting down and they're waiting in line for their needles. And no, I don't really see it. I don't think we have those kind of zombie like people that they show sometimes. Nicola, good to see you, honey. Fentrank
No,
and heroin. Yeah, I don't think we have those drugs here. I don't. I think it's.
that's what I'm wondering if they're. Cheryl said in Portland, yes. Okay. I, I'm just wondering if they're like pushing that vision, that visual to stick in your head that this is what homeless people do. They're just all laying on the sidewalks, stoned on drugs, and totally useless.
Well, there are real boots on the ground people that have shown it, so I don't think so. I think it's legit. Uh oh, kitty just hit my lap. It's gonna put me under his kitty spell. I'm gonna be a zombie. You better start that quiz.
Yeah. Okay. Start the quiz.
Yeah, please.
So you watch chat and see if they get
Okay,
it.
I'll watch chat.
And
I ain't seen chessboard in here. Have you?
no, we're missing a
Mm.
few people. I don't know.
Oh, these people. Kitty, you're so loving. Don't make me sleepy.
Cindy said she sees it in the Seattle streets. I just don't see it
Yeah.
around here. Of course, I don't go into the big city.
There's Watt Life. Greetings,
Hot Life, good to
brother.
see
Get your
you.
booty up here, please.
Check your email.
Homeless
Please,
people that
sir.
are not, yeah, there are homeless people that are not users. Yeah.
There ain't nothing like that in my corner. Yeah, see, that's the way it is here, Savage. I but I don't go to the big city. I don't go into Austin. But all around me, I'm not seeing anything like that. Just, okay. Hey, Donna, good to see you. All right, moving to the quiz.
Okay. No problem.
Number one, let's make it where I can read it.
Who is that? The crew saying they know me? The creative path. Who is that? They know me. In some
Uh-oh.
places. Yeah, some places. A lot of them that have their shit together, homeless people, they'll become hosts at campgrounds and things like
Yes,
that. You know, they're really smart. And I knew some people that also did some bed and breakfast stuff. And I mean, you can, if you want to work, you don't have to be destitute, but if you get set back that far, it will take a lot for someone to get more respectable, I guess, to be trustworthy. It just depends how far and low someone gets, you know. I've
yeah,
seen them all here in where I'm at. Believe me, I have seen them all. And I've seen them be good for, been recovered meth heads that have did really good, been in the program for 3 years, 4 years, get back on meth, come back, freaking cut into
mm,
our gas lines and just, brothers in Christ, though, Christian brother, Yeah, I've seen it all. I've seen it all. So it's sad. Those kind of drugs where people's lives get destroyed. That's the fruit of that. Marijuana itself,
Yeah,
I don't see that very often unless somebody's got themselves messed up with a gang of people that are just unscrupulous, doing unlawful shit. The drug is not as much of a problem as most of those other drugs. That's for damn sure. Even the pharmaceutical drugs, I'd pit it up against the pills too.
right.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
are we ready for the quiz?
I think so. I think I got some stuff off my chest. Yeah.
Okay. So the first one is, how are deputies to the Constitutional Convention chosen?
Deputies or
And
delegates?
deputies. And these are not
Deputies.
multiple choice, they're just a
Mhm.
straight answer.
What? Oh, great. Okay. This will be great fun. Goody.
Is Pat in the chat yet? Because she's the one that she
Oh,
couldn't.
wait. I was waiting for my multiple choice, and you just said there's no option. We have to say how it's chosen. Okay. How the deputies, please repeat the thing. I forgot.
How are deputies to the Constitutional Convention chosen?
Wayne says the people. I'll go with that.
Kinda. It's not really.
Pat Evans is here. Does she get the email?
No.
Hmm.
Um but she, but she was wanting to do this quiz.
She said she's here. She's in chat.
Does she want to come up or does she want to just answer in chat? I know sometimes she has sound problems.
Let
So
us
it,
know, Miss Pat Evans, if you would like to join the panel or if you want to stay in chat. That's fine. It's up to you, honey. Okay, so what was the answer?
they were appointed by the legislatures of the different states.
Oh, of course. Okay. Well, that's people. Those
So
are
then
people.
the next one is, were there any restrictions as to the number of deputies a state might send?
Yeah, we want you up here, girl. The next question is about the number of deputies one might send. Is it asking how many deputies or what? Why does that sound like a
It
run?
says, were there any restrictions as to the number of deputies a state might send? Okay, let me come back over there so I can send Pat link.
Deputies. I I don't remember about deputies. I remember about delegates.
I know.
Deputies is really tripping me up. I'm like, deputies of what? What are they deputies for? And we don't have no multiple choice again. What happened to our easy quiz where we got like four choices? Is this a different quiz?
Yes,
What? It's a different quiz.
yes.
Oh no. I don't know if I like that. I didn't sign up for a different quiz. I signed up for the other quiz, but that's okay. We can roll with this for a few questions.
Okay, Pat.
Is
So
that
that you,
Sean?
oh,
Sean,
there's Sean.
you might just drop the link then.
I guess if nobody's looking at their
Yeah, if
emails.
you're not going to participate in the quiz, please don't come on panel. But anyone else that wants to, we'd love to have you up here. Prefer probably no. Okay, hi Donna. Maybe on the socialist that should be practical system to prevent homelessness start.
I have no teach.
I wouldn't label yourself a socialist because you
Pat, I
feel that
emailed it
way.
to you.
That's a little extreme.
Okay, what's the thumbs up, Sean?
He'll
Just
come up,
waking up.
I think. He's just waking up. Okay,
Bless his
well, come whenever. She's got us doing this harder one right now, but
heart.
I don't know how
Okay,
long we're gonna do it. So,
so
okay.
Echo got it right. Were there
Okay.
any restrictions as to the number of deputies the state might send? And the answer is no.
Okay. Good job, Echo.
Okay.
All right.
Sean, we don't know nothing about deputies. So watch his answers.
I will.
um, which state did not send deputies to the Constitutional Convention?
I would guess Rhode Island because I feel like they were the last
Oh
ones to go.
my goodness. Ding,
What?
ding, ding. You got it right.
Oh my gosh, I did?
Rhode
Yay.
Island and Providence plantations.
Oh, you're being sarcastic, Elle. Okay, I'm sorry, honey. Well, then in that case, that was some funny shit. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. This is okay. I know what we're talking about now. Were the other 12 states represented throughout the Constitutional Convention?
Were there other states represented? Is that how it said?
So this, I guess, is the 13 original.
Mm.
And so were the other 12 because Rhode Island
Well, there were 9 only at first that signed it.
didn't send deputies, and
Maryland.
now it's asking were the other 12 states represented throughout the Constitutional Convention?
Wayne, stop it. Don't give me a big head. What? I'm sorry.
Were the other 12 states represented throughout the Constitutional Convention?
Were the other 12 states represented?
Represented, yes.
I believe yes. No, he says 9 out of 13. I probably got that wrong because only 9 did sign on to it originally. But then I
So,
remember Rhode Island being the last. I don't
so
know.
that'd be no, then, wouldn't it? If
Mhm.
there were 12, it said
Mhm.
we're the other 12. So,
Mhm. Stop it. Who is that? The Creative Path. I don't know. And they farmed it out. Still groggy. Oh, fine, Sean. It's fine. Wake up, brother. We're fine. I'm just sitting here eating my circus peanuts. Is she coming up? Did you send her the link?
yes, I did.
Okay. Um,
Oh, I heard a beep.
Mice Pat.
Where are
Nice.
we? There we are.
Oh, that ostrich farm. I was praying for that
Hey, Sean.
ostrich farm. Hi, Sean.
Hello, is my audio okay tonight?
You sound great.
Sound good. Sleepy.
Mm-hmm. That's good. We'll slow our roll down here. It's okay with me.
So the answer to that question was no. 2 of the deputies from New York left on July 10th, 1787, and after that, Hamilton, the third deputy, when he was in attendance, did not attempt to cast the vote of his state. The New Hampshire deputies did not arrive until July 23rd, 1787, so that there never was a vote of more than 11 states.
There never was a vote. Say it again. I'm sorry. What? There never was a vote of 11 states.
of more than 11
Of
states.
more than 11 states. Okay. Okay. So was it what Sean said was Rhode Island and Maryland?
It was two of the deputies left from New York left,
Mhm.
and then Hamilton, the third deputy, I don't know what state he was from,
New York, I think. No.
and the New Hampshire deputies did not arrive until July 23rd. So
Mhm.
they they
That's
they
why they're
went to the
that's why they're
party.
yeah, they're deputies because it's before the Constitution, right? This is
Yep.
pre-Constitution. So that's okay. Hey, Watt. Okay, there was a switch there. Sean dropped and Watt came up.
Hey, Watt. Good to
That was
see you.
wild.
Evening,
Okay.
everybody.
Even then.
When was I in high school? What? Weren't you in high school then? In
Oh, love the garden.
1797. Yeah.
Gotcha. Love the garden and faith. Okay, gotcha. 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 The creative path. Gotcha. 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 They murdered chickens for living birds. Yeah, man, that really, whew, that really has been breaking my heart. I hope they don't. I hope they
All
don't.
right. Next
Okay.
one.
Sorry.
Where and when did the deputies to the Constitutional Convention assemble? No, y'all got to know this one.
Mhm.
Annapolis and maybe I'm mistaken.
I was thinking Philadelphia, yeah?
There you go, Dee.
It was Annapolis and Philly.
In Philadelphia, in the State House where the Declaration of Independence was signed. The meeting was called for May 14th, 1787, by a quorum, but a quorum was not present until May 25th.
Mm. Waiting for those slow pokes to trickle in.
How is my audio? Because it disconnected me about 2 minutes ago. As soon as we got engaged,
It sounds good to
now
me.
my little T-Mobile pyramid is like at 50%, which
Mm.
I don't know if that means I'm connected or if I'm throttled or if somebody must have blown up a cell tower in my neighborhood or what. Usually I have full connection.
You sound good, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is there a copy of the test you're looking at or quiz that we're to view, or is it just going to be read?
The
I
secret.
was gonna read it because it's, well, I mean, I can share it, but it's got the answers. I mean,
Oh, never mind. That would defeat the purpose of that.
and so there's other ones. If this one, if because we figured out the last time that we weren't real good at the Constitutional Convention questions.
Well, it's
And
good, though. We're learning.
well, that's true. So
Deputies.
continue.
Sure, for a while, and then we should do the other one.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay. I looked up a quiz that they would give in school for a civics class, and it said this was from 5th to 8th grade. So
Mhm.
you can tell I didn't take it. Okay.
None of
About
us did.
right.
Mm-hmm.
About how large was the population of Philadelphia? I guess this is in 1787. 1790 would be when the census was. So who's gonna know?
No, I have no
Who
idea.
who is gonna
I
know
mean,
that?
if you read
Really?
history, you would know it. So I should know it. I just don't. I can't really think of it right now. It'd be a total guess to throw a number out, really.
The
Hmm.
census of 1790 gave it 28,000, including its suburbs about 42,000.
Jeez, that's like what Eureka is. It's so funny.
What was the average age of the deputies to the Constitutional Convention?
Hmm.
These
Hmm.
are some weird questions.
That's good though. I have no idea. All guessing now. Average
27.
age 32. Sean?
Did Sean fall out again? I just heard that. Yep.
Dang it,
Yeah, I think he
Sean.
slid out of his chair.
What the heck, bro?
There he is.
What, what was the question again?
Average
Pinged out
age
for the
of the
question.
average age of the deputies to the
Yes, deputies to the Constitutional Convention.
Mhm.
That's still throwing me that they're calling them deputies, guys. That's
I know.
supposed to be delegates.
Yes.
Average age. Oh my gosh. What are the choices?
It doesn't have choices. Just take a wild guess.
Yeah, she's doing a harder one now, a harder quiz. Now there's a weird echo though, Sean. You came back with a
You're
bad
hearing the
echo.
echo too?
Try your echo cancellation.
Oh, I didn't hear an echo.
Oh, I did. I think Jerry does too.
Yeah, I hear it or heard it.
Mm-hmm. 25.
But I'm
That's a
gonna
good guess.
put
Oh, it's
I'm gonna
better
put
now. You
45.
sound better. 45. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
just
say
I'm gonna go on
32.
the high end. I know I'm wrong, so I may as well just give it a good number.
Okay. Any
33.
other guesses, chat? I'll say them. Anthony says 25. Anthony Crouch.
Watt said
Jer-
33.
Jerry says 19. Anybody else? 40 says be charming. Okay, Miss Bonnie.
Good
What's
guesses there. Average age was about 44.
Ooh. Sean, you didn't find that quiz, did you?
No, but I go with 45 as Jefferson was 35 at the time of the Declaration. And by
He
the
was a
time the
youngin'.
Constitution comes
Yeah.
around, about 10 years younger later, give or take.
Yeah. Yeah, he was one of the
So,
young ones, so you're right.
and then
Mhm.
Washington and Franklin, they add, Washington wasn't a lot older, but Franklin was like really getting up there by the
Yeah.
time of the convention. So it kind of
Yeah.
like stretches the average upward.
He was the oldest one. I think he was 79 or something like that, was from what I remember.
Yeah, well,
See,
you take a look at the
44.
artwork of him at the time. He only had the hair around his sideburns left. If he wasn't wearing a
Right.
wig.
They do always make him look like that hair is wispy and thin.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
so y'all were kind of answering the next question. Who were the oldest
Really?
and youngest members of the
Mm.
Constitutional Convention?
Oh, yeah. Well, was Patrick Henry younger? Well, he was there, wasn't he? I think he was younger than Madison.
Yeah,
Was
I'm
it the
pretty
youngest
sure
to sign the
Franklin.
Constitution? What was
No.
the question?
Yeah.
This is who were the oldest and youngest members of the Constitutional Convention. So this is before the Constitution, they had a Constitutional Convention, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that's
Are you asking or
they come
telling?
together.
I'm telling.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, Franklin's the old man, so
Right.
Yes, you got
maybe
that part.
maybe General Richard Henry Lee might be in that ballpark as well, but the generals were younger. It takes time to move up in rank, like with Washington.
Well, you got the oldest one right. Frank. So who is the youngest?
Thomas Paine was over in Europe at that point. Have been around. He was a little bit older too. The other folks, we have Adams, we have John Adams, we have Sam Adams, we have I said Madison already. Still have Jefferson as but I'm sure by this point there were people there younger than him. I might have heard that Andrew Jackson was in attendance. I might be wrong about that.
The youngest one, I never even heard his name.
Oh, okay. What is it?
JD.
Oh,
What is it, Bonnie?
What Life Knows.
Jonathan Dayton.
26 years old.
Okay.
Oh, we must have lost Sean again.
All right. Next.
Hang on, let me grab Sean. There we go.
What was the answer?
Jonathan
the young
Dayton.
one?
Yeah.
Jonathan Dayton, like Ohio.
JD.
Yep. And he was 26 years old.
JD from Ohio? No shit. Come on.
New Jersey.
Okay.
He's from Jersey.
Oh, Jersey. Can anything good come from Jersey?
Is that what they said about Nazareth?
Yeah,
Just
that is what
asking.
they said. They had Watts running around.
Okay.
Yeah, that's 26 years old, folks, and these guys are, designing a contract for a government. And what are 26-year-olds doing today?
Yeah. Exactly.
We don't want to picture all those things.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Not much. They're not doing much, I think.
I thought that they didn't have a very long lifespan back then, but Franklin was 81.
Oof.
Okay. How many lawyers were members of the Constitutional Convention?
Let's just put it this way. It's bad when they put the 2/3 of a person in there. That's a psyop started with. Go ahead.
It's interesting that the answer has probably. Like they don't know for sure.
17.
Well, that's the thing is there were some bar or people who were agents of the crown that didn't reveal themselves until later and after. So that's kind of one of the issues there. Hamilton, for example, was an agent of the Rothschilds, and people can wonder why he kept pushing for that bank.
Oh wow!
The U.S. Central Bank was Hamilton's idea, and he's the Secretary of the Treasury, so he's already working as a inside man.
Yeah,
that's something to ponder. I'm not saying Aaron Burr should have shot him, but I'm saying Aaron Burr. It was good. He had marksmanship, right?
But still, it shows how long it's been going on.
Yeah, we've had betrayal, even at the start.
Yep.
So let's see. How many were attorneys or lawyers? Probably 1 out of 5 average. How many delegates were there is the question. Somewhere
I'll
between
give you
1 to 3 to 1 out of 5. It was really bad. Yeah, go ahead.
there were 55.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too many bar members.
No, that's how many in all. So how many lawyers out of that?
17.
Out of 55. I'll for some reason 23 is in my brain, but I don't know why. So
I'll say
I'd say
49. I'm going to say 49.
It's a nice round number. 33.
Oh, that's very close.
That's
What?
your final answer?
Yeah, 33 is my final answer. I ain't gonna change no more.
Okay.
Oh, I see why Watt picked 33. He knows. It's their magic number.
Right.
That was weird. I don't know if any of y'all, kind of random thing, I don't know if any of y'all follow sports. Well, I like to watch the Georgia Bulldogs college football team. Well, they had when they went into Saturday's game, they had the longest active home win streak in college football history. It went back to 2019, and guess what the number was?
33.
33.
Yeah. So the answer is there were probably 34 out of 55 who had at least made a study of the law.
Well, studying the law is something different. Me and Dee and you and others here, we've all studied the law to some degree. No pun intended.
Right.
See how the word degree got its way into the conversation. Damn it. Watt's saying 33 and I'm saying degree. And next thing you know, it just goes into that whole rabbit hole and we're screwed. And rest in peace, Charlie
officially
Kirk.
makes you a knight now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well,
there's no score on this as far as I know what they can look like.
well, I'll give you a little twisted thing here, Bonnie, that goes with what me and Watt were just ranting about here for a second. So remember I mentioned that Constitution, they came up with the idea of, let's make the slaves 2/3 of a person. Well, to make that ratio or that fraction be a complete person, it'd be 3/3 or 33.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now,
I'm
here's the
sorry I
thing.
didn't read all your numbers, guys. There were some answers in chat. Anthony Crouch wins. 35, he said. Oh, no, Lady Smith said 34.
cool.
Kevin
it?
said
There you go.
33.
No.
So
Sorry,
Good job,
guys.
that's some really
Lady
good
Smith.
guesses.
Get 5,000 bonus points to spend at Dee's online House of Harmony.
Sounds like an actual prize. Careful.
Mhm.
And I will say Dee's ointment or salve, whatever you want to call it, is very good for topical treatment and also works as a nice aftershave. I will attest to that.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that was a good segue. Go.
You know what's really good for your skin and it's good for your hair
bath.
and everything? Just that jojoba oil. Just straight up jojoba oil would be good for beards too. Yeah. I
Yeah.
use that for my face and I just put a little bit of rose oil in it. And man, and all my daughter and her friends all want that stuff all the time. Can I get some more oil? I'm out. I'm like, you girls need to just buy you some jojoba oil. But
Right.
I hook them up.
Nice.
Yep.
Well, I got a thought for you. So we have those 35 lawyers or whatever. Most of them probably understand that since that Constitution's a business contract fictions, and so that's the subtle little trick. Is they want to make personhood in legal fictions eventually something generations later people will want to be or want to have, right? So they create this 2/3 of a person fraction to create value to being a person, a full person, or have personhood. In other words, they already knew ahead of time that they were going to, try to create an excuse to later fix that number, if you get what I mean, and get everyone to sign on to what eventually generations down the road, the 14th Amendment. So just something for those who follow the Federal Reserve and banking and the, basically them turning everyone to slaves on credit. That's your link, folks, as they were planning that out. It was basically Americans wanted to be free, and then the Crown had their people who just wanted us to be a colony, and the Constitution kind of ratified and squashed everything, turning it into the great American experiment. And if we pay off our debt, guess what? We're free. If we don't, the experiment fails.
So when everybody
how's
says
that for a mind trip?
we were never free, they're pretty accurate.
Well, we were for a period there, declared independence, Articles of Confederation period. And in theory, the first constitution, the organic constitution, we're basically free. You can look at it either till the War of 1812 or till the Civil War. So I put that period in the middle. It's kind of debatable, but we know 1810, we kicked out the nobility because we kick them out. They don't get to collect what we owe them because we don't acknowledge their rank or anything like that. And lo and behold, 2 years later, we have the War of 1812 just kick off, and then they burn DC in 1814 and take all our documents. Imagine that. Possession's 9/10 of the law.
Yes.
Chessboard says he's late, and KY Jelly for the win. Depends.
He really is
I don't
late.
I don't think KY Jelly belongs in a sandwich.
Go back to mute. Let me go back to mute.
Good to see you, Chessboard.
It's just the way we obtain knowledge now. Like back then, you had to rely on like correspondence, or if you lived in a bigger city, you had a newspaper. But even then, it wasn't an instant as it is now. An email or a call away, something major happens, and by the time you're getting home, you're seeing it on the 5 o'clock news.
Yeah.
Yep. And then you can't, you have to, by candlelight, get your quill and your parchment and draft a letter to your representative or congressman. Like, what were you doing at that convention? You're supposed to, amend the Articles of Confederation, and here you scrapped them and this and that. Which, by the way, that's the other thing. They did not assemble to draft the Constitution. They were supposed to amend the Articles of Confederation. So, very naughty.
Interesting. Okay. Next one. From what classes of society were the members of the Constitutional Convention drawn? And
Mostly
this is
landowners.
a long answer. Yeah.
It has to be a what
Mostly
answer?
landowners.
It's a long answer. Like they name them all. Not the people, but their class in society, I guess. It's odd that they call it class of society.
Well, what's the website we're reading this off of? Because already the verbiage and the questions is kind of telling. Like I can kind of figure out who wrote the test based on how they ask the question, like what their intent is, to kind of
Was it the
like
dirty
if they
commies again, Sean? Damn commies.
So this is from archives.gov, founding documents.
Yeah, we know that site's been messed with.
Yeah. So
No, it's on the internet.
So I'll just list them. In addition to the lawyers, there were soldiers, planters, educators, ministers, physicians, financiers, and
Robert Moore.
merchants.
And that'd be John Hancock there.
Uh-oh. What just happened? Okay. I don't know. Battery's full. Don't do that again. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at? How many members of the Constitutional Convention had been members of the Continental Congress?
How many members?
13.
Mm, so it said there was 50, but that still doesn't add up either. Hmm.
I have no idea. Just
What
be
was
guess.
the, I apologize. What was the question again?
How many members of the Constitutional Convention had been members of the Continental Congress?
They had some turnover. So that's a good question. Wow, that's a good question. Hmm.
Yeah.
11.
I love it, Watt. Okay, I'm just gonna give it because that's it.
13.
And I know what y'all are thinking. So is chat saying anything?
Let's see here. We got a half of them, 13. I love you
Donna,
too,
looks like
Creative Path. Well,
Sanford's saying 78.
Al's saying 12. Feel like we're way off.
Yeah.
They had
Okay.
a
33.
turnover.
33. The answer is 40 and two
Damn.
others later members.
Yeah, I was way off.
Excuse me. Okay. I see some of these. I don't know. Okay. Were there any members of the Constitutional Convention who never attended any of its meetings?
Wait. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Were there any members?
That they're asking that implies yes, there was, but that's how would you have standing if you're not flesh and blood present to sign? That's
Exactly. So there were, it is yes, but there were 19 who were never present. Some of these declined, others merely neglected the duty. Imagine that.
back then they'd burn your house down if you didn't show up for your assembly meetings or participate in your civic duty. So that these folks were paid to be there and have their carriages provided for by their constituency or even out of pocket, it's still like, wow.
Yeah.
That number again was 19 of them, you said?
19 who were never present. Yep.
I'd love to know who those names are because how that Constitution came out. They're kind of accountable for that dereliction. That's, I wonder if their families can. You think their families are like, hey, remember great grandpa so and so? He didn't show up to the Constitutional. What a guy!
Yeah.
He skipped school.
I mean, you could not show up to it, I guess, as a form of protest because you're there for the Articles of Confederation, as I referenced earlier, but you still should be present to witness whatever happens. This way you can vocalize your objection from start to finish if need be.
But see, during that time, think of the means of transportation, the weather. I mean, never present. No, I can't understand that, but I don't know. I guess if you sign up for a position like that, then you, by oath, are supposed to represent, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to make best effort to at least be there, and if there's means for you to be there, or to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows where they were
I
coming
want
from?
to go down what my brain's thinking, but say I'm really interested in that list of names now, and wonder what happened to them in the history books.
Yeah.
There's a kind of a, you guys remember Paul Harvey's speech about the founding fathers that gave up, everything and signed the Declaration of Independence, earlier, and how some had lost this and some had lost that. It's very interesting that a common theme among the survivors that signed the Declaration of Independence was that they all had some connection to the crown or some type of deal going on. So that was something that was very interesting. So I wonder if the same thing was happening with the Constitutional Convention. Maybe those 19 didn't show up because they realized everybody there was a dirty bar lawyer or an agent. That was, they're like, we're going to protest by not showing. Well, it's like, yeah, well,
Could be.
if you got, well, the Articles of Confederation, a quorum was 13 out of 13 colonies. By the Constitution, the quorum for business was the 9 out of 13 that I posited earlier. So if you change your quorum to do more with less, that kind of means that, okay, they experience the headache of people not showing up. So how are we going to do business? And like, we'll just amend the quorum.
I'm writing it down to look it up later. What happened to those people? Because it said some of them just declined and some merely neglected the duty. Okay, next one. This is a long one. Were the members of the Constitutional Convention called delegates or deputies, and is there any distinction between the terms?
Whoa. Now they're going to argue that, huh?
Yeah, we were wondering that earlier. Do you want me to just read it?
Well, that's an interesting. I want to hear what they have to say.
Okay. Some of the states called their representatives delegates, some deputies, and some commissioners, the terms being often mixed. In the convention itself, they were always referred to as deputies. Washington, for example, signed his name as deputy from Virginia. The point is simply that whatever they called themselves, they were representatives of their states. The general practice of historians is to describe them as delegates.
That this is the first time that I've heard the term deputies used regarding that convention in such a way. So, being deputized really more towards like a sheriff's realm of responsibility.
Interesting that Washington signed his name, deputy from Virginia, though. Like,
Could be that he, because he had also his rank and everything, maybe he was thinking like that. There was something I'd heard earlier today, for example, like when he would sign letters. If you got along with a person or was friendly towards them, he'd sign, your faithful servant. He was ticked off them. And it was like an etiquette thing. That was interesting to learn. That may be one of those things, is Washington's using a particular term because it's how he sees it or wants to imply it, to keep that like military martial bearing, which is kind of what I would see. Delegate means you have delegated authority. People have given it to you. Deputized means you're sworn into the authority. It's more of a, again, like a sheriff, like a knightship almost, or what have you.
Yeah, that's the way I would
Which
take it.
could work with him during the time frame, because he was president of that Continental Congress. So I could see that working. And tying into that too. I brought up the 5th page last week, right?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember? Last week, Bonnie, did I bring up the 5th page of the Constitution or not?
No. Did you
I'll save
find
that
it?
for when we're done with the quiz.
Okay.
Oh, I
Cool.
found that 5th page. It's written by Washington, so maybe it has something to do with this quiz.
Oh, cool. Okay, we'll just do a few more. Okay. Who was called the Sage of the Constitutional Convention?
Franklin. Gotta be Franklin. What about you guys in chat? What do you think? You think Franklin's the sage?
What did they mean by the sage?
Well, they had some rosemary and thyme and some basil.
So it's really the okay.
They're making a big old salad. They had a bunch of fruits and nuts in attendance.
Just like not necessarily an elder, but like a wise person. Somebody with a lot of intellectual input, I guess, maybe.
Okay. And is chat agreeing with you, Sean?
It would seem they're favorable towards Franklin.
Okay. That is correct.
That would make sense, being he was the oldest,
Benjamin Franklin of Pennsylvania.
He was the OG.
So then, who was called the father of the Constitution?
Okay, sorry, I was gone for a bit. My husband just got home. Are we doing a quiz still?
Still on the quiz.
Yeah, we just
Father of the
got, like,
Constitution.
I might lose you because I am going down to feed some animals.
Oh,
And my light is out.
Wait,
Otherwise, I would. I got a few, Sean. I got a few.
the problem is, D, is I didn't know you had Democrats visiting. So anyway.
Now, don't insult my mini horses that way, please.
Yeah, they're actually smarter than a Democrat.
Damn right. And they're not donkeys.
They're they're educated horses.
Yeah.
So the chat is saying we have a George, we have Payne, we have Madison, we have Jefferson, we have Washington, we have Madison again. Now, I am going to put in for Madison. That's kind of me cheating, so I'm not going to say it is or isn't, but I'm leaning towards Madison. Just saying.
what?
If it was Constitution, I'd lean towards Jefferson.
Could be. The right answer is definitely in chat. That's for
I
sure.
missed something. The answer's in chat.
Yep,
Let me see.
One of them is
Okay,
correct.
Everyone that said James Madison of Virginia is correct because in point of erudition, am I saying that right? In actual contributions to the formation of the Constitution, he was preeminent. Yeah.
This allowed Madison and like Hamilton back and forth in the Federalist Papers and all that correspondence, and between the Federalists and Anti-Federalists, who better than one of the guys who drafted the document and knows it inside and out?
Right.
At this time, Thomas Jefferson, if memory serves, he's the president, or he becomes vice president under Madison. So there's or was it under Adams? Might have been under Adams. So Jefferson's still in the mix, but he's kind of not in it. He's in a weird space where he's kind of drifting over into becoming more political, if that makes any sense. Then by the time of the Louisiana Purchase, he's full on president of the United States. So it's interesting to see his change over the years. And somebody commented about, I think it was Autobiography of Franklin. Yeah, Franklin too is somebody you can kind of see. He's always, to me, I think he became a little bit more cynical as time went on as well. Both him and Jefferson. And that's from their time in France. I think the time in the French courts really changed their psychology a little bit.
Interesting.
I'm going to yield, but
so the last question that I'll ask: was Thomas Jefferson a member of the Constitutional Convention?
Was
No.
Jefferson a member of the Constitutional Convention? Oh, D cut out.
He sent a bunch of studies.
What?
There, but he did represent. He represented. You know what I mean?
D, you cut out for most of that sentence as you adjusted your camera.
Oh, great. I said no, he wasn't present, but he sent stuff to represent. He sent a bunch of literature from overseas. But he
Correct.
wasn't there.
Just like those 19 guys who didn't show up. Which way is Philadelphia? I think it's east, George. No, it's west. Definitely east. I gotta wonder if the convention was held in West. The convention was held in West Philadelphia. Trats. Looks like this. It looks like D's frozen, or
Yeah.
I'm about to disconnect. Which is it? Oh, she's frozen.
Well, she was right. I don't know what chat's saying, but the answer is no. Jefferson was American minister to France at the time of the Constitutional Convention. So she was right about the foreign. She did good. And we'll stop there.
Oh, yeah. Well, Bonnie, he was doing the politics over there, trying to get us loans and money and things so we could stay afloat from that war debt. And this is where they were saying, hey, you got to have a constitution, and in the case of Ben Franklin, you also have to have a post office. So that was one of the requirements. So constitution, militia, post office. Yeah, I don't know who writes these lists up. That's what they said in Europe, or they wouldn't accept us. And Jerry's correct. A lot of daggum Freemasons.
Yes. All right. What's everybody laughing at? What I miss in chat?
Oh, they were asking. Chessboard was asking if Dee's getting ready to reenact Paul Revere with her horses.
Not this, not these.
I showed y'all
not these ones.
That little 10-year-old girl going out and spreading the word in Texas.
So
Be
at
on a
this
horse
point,
or
it
what?
wouldn't be.
I'm sorry, Sean. Go ahead. Demuted
Like
again.
Well, no, Dee was asking if the little girl was on a horse.
Yes, she was.
So my question would be follow up. Would the girl be yelling out the redcoats are coming, or should she be yelling out the are coming? Or
Wasn't the
or is she yelling
Redcoats
out, the, or is she yelling out the migrants are coming?
it
I don't know
was
what we got going on, but go ahead.
Santa Ana, I think. She her parents were going to they were running to East Texas to get away from the danger, and um the family sent her 10 years old to go warn everybody and meet them in East Texas. They would find her, but do not go back to Bastrop. And so she went to Austin, warning people all the way. It's a pretty neat story, and I can't remember where I put it. And her name seems was Kelly something, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
That's pretty neat, though, that you have a motif of at least the person spreading the word for freedom, or sounding the alarm, racing the horse through the night. It's
Yeah.
kind of like the old legend of the marathon runner for the Greeks, against the Persians.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, it turned out the Spartans also had people there at that battle. So Spartans weren't all wiped out at Thermopylae. That's the funny thing, is everyone thinks they were involved in one battle. It's like, no, they had a few battles.
It's amazing what kids did back then.
Well, nowadays they would take their horse and try to spin donuts with it, which the horse, of course, would probably object. Wilbur, take it easy.
So, Sean found out that there was a 5th page to the Constitution that explained how to use the Constitution in the artifacts, but the 5th page couldn't. Oh, they're showing it right now for some reason, and but why have they kept this 5th page hidden? So I'm interested to see what the deal is with that.
Well, I've read over it, Bonnie, and it's not anything too drastic. It's Washington's initiating orders for the Constitution. It's basically an introductory page slash this is how you'll take it to your people in your state to ratify it, and so on. And the funny part is, though, is somebody at the National Archives, they took it upon themselves to hide it from the American public, except for in 2002, or maybe it was 2000. Yeah, it was 2002. So for the 250th anniversary next year, they're taking this around tour on the country and displaying the 5th page. You go on the National Archives, you click on the Constitution, it gives you 4 pages. So you have to go on this separate article to get the PDF of that 5th page, and it's in cursive, so I've had to rely on their copy of what the text says. Eventually, I'll try to make a PDF and blow it up and actually read the darn thing. But my point, if anybody knows about, authority, where does the National Archive have the authority to tell the American people that we cannot see a page of one of our founding documents?
Exactly.
That's kind of irritating me. Who are they, and where's their authority?
Yeah. Yeah. The Wildlife put a link. It displays the 5th page of the U.S. Constitution for the first time. First time.
Yep.
I'm going to copy that link and put it in chat.
Yeah. And now here's my point, guys, is those of us who would be so inclined, I got a lot of things on my plate right now. If someone wanted to do it on their own, besides doing a FOIA or a PRA, well, that's more for California, but doing a FOIA to find out who it is that makes the shot calling for that type of decision would be very interesting. And then also that party in their role, I think they would need to show proof that they have the ability to make that decision. That'd be a writ of habeas corpus, or the writ of quo warranto, where what warrants their power to do such a thing. So there's a couple of this National Archives, they're willing to hide just a lukewarm letter by Washington from our document without the consent of the governed. Make sure about spicy stuff they're hiding. And again,
Yeah.
who are they to decide for us?
Yeah. That's a good question. That
There's
is
the
worth
link in the,
looking into. Yes.
Well, I look at it this way, folks, that there may be other things, such as Virginia's ratification slip of the original 13th Amendment, that they're purposely hiding because they realize it would upend the country. Although they have government documents from that time period of the federal government saying that, yes, the 13th Amendment is the law of the land, which means it's been ratified, it passed. We had a whole freaking war and invasion of DC over this thing. Yeah, I know some of our guys went up to Canada to take land, quote unquote. But the real mission was to basically if you don't have your founding documents, you don't exist as a nation. Let's see here. Wildlife Constitution 225. Yep. So you want this rabbit hole with the with our missing page of the Constitution made me go somewhere else. You interested, Bonnie?
Yes. Of course.
You see, when you do deep dive, folks, you can't just stop after your first link, right?
The rabbit hole gets deeper.
Yeah. Turns out there is now we kind of knew these exist. We know that they have like arts and artifact trafficking and stuff. Well, there's actually a guy who goes around buying American documents and letters and founding papers. And it's not David Barton out of Texas, although he does buy a lot of interesting stuff. But there's a group, it's called the Raab Collection, RAAB Collection. Guy used to be a like arts and history guy for Forbes magazine. And he has been buying up letters and documents too.
Buying the doc.
Do you see Chessboard's point there, Bonnie?
Yes.
That's a very great point. I have a hard time believing anything they say with redactions of secrecy and the ability to print what they want. Now, the question I have is, well, why are they letting us know about this 5th page, for the 250th anniversary, then back at the 225th anniversary in 2002, which, by the way, that was obviously muted because we were starting the war on terror with 9/11 and all that, a few months before the year kicked off. So we have this Raab collection. So I'm looking at this thing because I've been trying to track down some stuff, and Wildlife, found them. So this dude literally is like buying documents and pages and then offering them back up for sale. We're like talking 15 grand, 150 grand, etc. For just, pages like, there's one document, it had all the, it had basically Abraham Lincoln and then like, most of the people of his cabinet or generals from the Civil War signing off on a document to authorize a sanitary regiment or whatever. Basically, a hygiene regiment come and clean up and offer supplies. I don't get into specifics on that. I'm just looking at like, oh, it's 150 grand because of all the signatures on it. So what has this guy bought and kept out of the public purview that may or may not, be influential in knowing about our nation's history or the willings and dealings? Because it's one thing for the National Archives. We could kind of, go at that and say, hey, it's a public interest, you work for the people. But when a private collector is buying historical documents, in their mind's eye, it's private property. How do you go and basically open up their safe and not have to go through a paywall or, have to buy the document from them to inspect it, read it, or incorporate it into what you're working on? How's that for a big task to look at?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be something that the FBI would have to take care of?
Well, he's doing everything on the up and up, where they do the sales to the public, just like when someone's doing the exotic art or the artifacts from the Middle East or whatever. You're like, come see our museum exhibit of these rare and priceless artifacts. Da, 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 da. And then after you do that, a week later, you put them on sale once the exhibit's ended. And basically, the exhibits are the advertising for the relics you're going to sell. Except this guy, the Rob collection is basically U.S. historical documents, and he has other documents too. Don't get it twisted. He does pick up some other stuff, but his main focus. I'm wondering, like, when you go to Avalon.edu or some of the other resources with the National Archive, if you're not finding those pages or those documents, could it be that he bought them before anyone could upload them, or are they being pulled down as he buys them? Is he buying them and what they call the intellectual rights to them, like you would to a piece of music from, say, Sony or from BMG or Warner Music? Yeah, go ahead.
But it seems to me that if these are historical documents that are kind of important to fit the pieces together of our history that we know has been tampered with, how can they be sold?
Well, that's what kind of irritates me, is if they're pieces of our history, you're digging around in the Middle East, Israel or Egypt, whoever comes along and says, this belongs to our country and our government. It's everyone's history. And it's going to be on display in a museum. And then they flip the script and these guys take it up in private collections like this Rob collection, and that's the same here. You're digging around, you find a dinosaur bone or a Native American arrowhead. Next thing you know, they lock down the land and it's like, it belongs to these people. It's like, but I found, Montezuma's treasure, not his revenge, his treasure, mind you. How to make a fart joke in there or whatever. Point is, you find some gold, then they'll come and say, oh well, it's for our nation and it belongs to the state of Nevada or the state of New Hampshire.
Yes.
Or Oregon, whatever. And then meanwhile, oh well, now it's in a private collection. Okay, well, it's still, there's a public interest. It should still be on display. It should be archived. It should be available for whoever. I don't know if this Rob collection allows, that's going to be the next thing, is do they allow the public to peruse the collection online or in person without making the purchase? Because I'd be willing to, take a pen and notepad and, just write down what I see, but as we see with private collections, Bonnie, to sum up the worst case scenario, you've heard about like this private collection called the Vatican.
Yes.
Yeah, you can only go in there. Yeah, chessboard is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't see all the stuff in the Vatican. And added bonus, they won't let you take a camera in there to photograph the pages, or you're not even, if I'm not mistaken, there's some stuff, much like in SCIFs with the Intel community, where you're not even allowed to bring the notebook and the pencil, or what have you.
Probably one of those
You know,
things. If you do get the opportunity, you have to know exactly where you want to go. You can't just say, "Oh, I just want to freely walk about." You probably have to know
well,
specifically what you're requesting. Like when we go to these entities and request certain things, we have to be real specific on what we're requesting and what we want to see.
Yeah.
absolutely right, Rotlight. And with the case of the Vatican, you have to basically commit it to memory. They'll bring you the exact volume. They'll have it open to the page with the bookmark, and that's like what you're going to look at. You're not going to get to take it home like a library book, pun intended, and
Yeah.
peruse it and smoke in it. So
So
this hidden history is
it all
oof.
goes back to the government owns all the land. But if you find one of those artifacts and don't turn it in, you're going to get in big trouble. So it's kind of contradictory there with the
If I
your
may, body, it's even worse. You remember the Hunter Biden painting scandal?
yes.
Yeah, they were laundering money by way of buying his paintings. He's spitting bubbles through a straw onto a canvas, and that's a painting worth hundreds of thousands to the Chinese government. Artifacts trading is the same trick. Oh, look, it's a little mud statue from 3,000 years ago, in a village that is wiped off the map. Clearly, they have no idea what it is, but this little, mud statue, they say it's worth, and then it goes from one collector for $100, and then later they buy it back. That's how you launder the money back and forth. These collections of art, but other precious materials being passed back and forth. And there is millions in the market globally they do this with. Not everything at the Louvre stays at the Louvre. Not everything, at Smithsonian stays at the Smithsonian. They move it around.
Yes.
Smithsonian, by the way, I would like them to move it out.
National Geographic. Do they have their own museum?
They were a society. I think they were the group that enabled a lot of that. And they went out of business. They're part of the Fox empire of media under Rupert Murdoch years ago.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, National Geographic it's only a cable station now. It's not a bunch. They used to basically raise the money so people could go explore the jungle or go, get photos of rare wildlife or plant or whatever, like the Audubon Society.
Right.
Partly why they had that adventurous music on their television documentaries was because they used to put up money for people to go into the vast wild and explore and then bring back their findings, their hand drawings of butterflies, or the quills they got from a blowgun from a tribe in the deepest, darkest Amazon or whatever,
And the photos and yeah.
Yeah, and then the photos, there's always the token joke of some, tribal woman that they take a photo of, in a state of undress, and it's like, yeah,
Right.
we love the magazine for the pottery, yes, the pottery, and the article on extinct zebras. Yeah, it's like, yeah, buddy,
And darn Wayne. He tried to patent an idea and they stole it.
Oh yeah, patent office is dirty as can be, and then worse is China. Then China steals our patents after our patent office steals the original patent.
So I was reading something interesting about the birth certificates and patents, and the whole country thing of, so patents expire, and if a patent was put on us at birth with the birth certificate, those patents expire. And
yeah, it's called death.
It's called what?
It's called death. That's why you have a death. You have a
No,
death
yeah.
certificate.
Well, yeah,
Think about
because
it.
they last 115 years. Sorry.
Oh,
D's,
it's
D's correct, but
for each birth, because most of the patents I've seen are done in, say, a year, like, I don't know, 1995. So if it's 115 years from then, I don't know.
They have they each have a minimum time of that. They don't expire in a year, I don't believe.
yeah,
Takes a
and
long
they're
time.
being not.
Yeah, go
If
ahead.
if I may, they're being
Mhm.
optimistic too by putting out such a long term uh, period for that patent to run from start to finish. But
Exactly.
this should be something that D might get a chuckle out of, or even Watt or yourself, Bonnie. Um, when people, let's say before papyrus in ancient Egypt, or even through the Egyptian period and the biblical period, etc.
Hmm.
Did everybody get a piece of paper when they passed away from old age in their little village or their little, hut, or their little stone building or whatever? You know, the death
No,
certificate, like the birth certificate, is a recent thing when you think on it.
yes. And so that's when they talk about the census. When did the census start? Do you know? I can look that up.
Well, censuses are biblical. We can go back even before King Herod. Like when David conducted a census of Israel to tax them or whatever. Actually, God wasn't happy about that and smote the land. I believe it was
Yeah.
David,
Yep.
or it might have been Solomon. But yeah, that was punishment. Like, how dare you tax the people? So I'm gonna smite you. And then Moses also did a census as well. And the book of Numbers in the Bible is pretty much them tracking how many populations of each tribe they had and how many military they had. And that's you read through the Old Testament, that book that'll stretch you out. It was like,
Yeah.
I thought it was bad enough to read the genealogy. Now I'm reading the numbers of each tribe and each thing. And they also go into the measurements of the temple in the book of Numbers. So there's a,
That's true.
there's
So,
yeah, there's a method to that madness.
Hmm.
and that's what I think. Maybe they possibly kept a record of it at the temples, like, um, like we do in our family Bible. If there's
Well,
a birth or a marriage or a death.
Like the Library of Alexandria that they burned down when they burned shit down.
Yeah.
well,
Okay.
the church, the Rome, they used to keep death certificates as well. But my point of it being kind of like now a thing that's all sterile and printed out by your county or city governments. There's a reason too that death certificates happens. Doge finding the people who are like super super ancient in age and still collecting Social Security. Think of
Yeah.
it as business, because they're trying to make it all business, right? That death certificate, in a way, says business is done. Your business is handled. You're over. Kaput, kaput.
Contract
Quit.
is that.
Yeah. So when you have the death certificate and you can end business, whoever gives out those death certificates is going to be a pretty powerful person. I think we call them the coroner. Just saying.
Yes. But
Well,
it's,
how many towns are keeping the coroner versus a medical examiner?
yeah, I don't know what ours is. He's a judge, municipal judge is the one that goes and pronounces deaths.
If
I
he's a
always,
judge, huh?
yeah, I
Do you
always
know if
thought
he's?
at the funeral
Go ahead.
home, I always thought it was the funeral home because used to be that was the first person that would come to a death. But now it's a municipal judge. Well, surely he doesn't do the whole county. I'm thinking the justice of the peace, maybe, of each end of the county. I'm going to have to look into that.
Well, my thought, Bonnie, is that if he is in his role as a judge, he can't necessarily have a second hat of wearing one as the coroner, because coroners and judges can be at odds and ends. Just like I've referenced, the sheriff shouldn't be merged with the coroner because they were a check and balance on each other as well. Because the coroner, basically, by ending someone's life through the paperwork involved, etc., you could create various forms of theft that relate to that, especially with inheritance laws. So, having a judge, if I would be interested in finding out, because Texas still has a lot of the common
Yes.
law or county level positions. I'd be interested if he's a justice of the peace, or how they wrap their mind around him having a coroner's power, but maybe being a judge at the same time. That's very interesting.
So, and that would be for the whole county? That the coroner should be for the whole county that they are in?
Yeah, they're supposed to be
Okay.
at the county position.
And is that an elected position?
That's another good question. Who appoints the coroner? I don't remember voting for a coroner in the longest time. Sheriff, yeah. But we can find that out. I believe they were elected at one point, or they were appointed. Again, that's something for more of the church side of the house, because it comes from the secession with the king and things of that nature. So
See?
that's kind of that's
You just-
church and state right there.
Yeah, you just gave me homework.
Sorry.
It's
Although
okay.
I'll be interested in the finding.
Because I'm usually the one given homework, but I'll take homework. Yeah, that is interesting to see because, okay, so is the coroner above the sheriff, or sheriff then coroner? How is that supposed to function?
Well, the
Well,
coroner
only
is supposed
one
to
can-
examine the body.
Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
No, you can go ahead, Dee. You might have more knowledge on this than I would.
I don't. No, go ahead. I'll yield to you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Have a good night.
So we know the coroner can examine the body, declare the body dead, etc. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's again, pretty powerful. The sheriff is basically there to make sure no laws are being broken. So, that's, I think, the logic behind why they merged the two offices improperly. Because what if it's the sheriff that, kills the body, or maybe the guy's a suspect, but he wasn't guilty, but the sheriff wants to end the case and say, oh, the suspect committed suicide, wink, wink. In reality, they're it's Clinton, Arkansas. That
Right.
in fact, perfect example, coroner in Florida. He may have been a medical examiner. I'm pretty sure he was a coroner, though. If you guys remember, what's Mika's husband name? Morning Joe Scarborough, when he ran for office in Florida, he had an intern that, she just fell and hit her head on the desk. And that's what the coroner ruled. It was, oops, an accident, whatever. And then later they busted the guy's place, and he had like body parts and things he had kept at his home, like not work-related body parts, folks. So, like these coroners get some pretty deep connections, roots, and you know, I'm not going to say that, morticians creep me out, but I have met some morticians and they seem to be just a very different way of conducting themselves. It's almost, I
Yes.
can say of the two that I've met, they both have had the same clammy, cold fish handshake, for lack of a better
Yes.
word.
Uh, yeah, they creep me out.
So, yeah, so if you have a sheriff and your sheriff's dirty, the coroner can be his best buddy, but the guy will also know the sheriff's dirty secrets, and they could eventually become at odds with each other. Flip side
Right.
is you merge them together as one office, then you can never examine that sheriff for a wrongful death because the coroner's side of the office will have its back 24/7. So there's a long-standing tradition of the two, again, being a check and balance. Because if the sheriff gets out of line, the coroner just tells the kingdom, we're going to England here. They would just tell the realm that yes, this particular person is dead. They're persona non grata, and they would lose all their privileges, rights, ranks, etc. It'd be a form of excommunication, because you don't traffic with the dead. See how I phrased that, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
So,
So, oh goodness, that leads me to a whole bunch more questions that I need to dig into.
well, this is going to bring us back around to the Constitution topic in a bit because we're going into the roots here. The coroner, or the one who crowns the king, the corona, the crown, and we're not referring to the virus, by the way, but we're referring to a fellow from Canterbury, or the Archbishop of Canterbury. That's their role in the British royal system, is they're the coroner. And the Archbishop of Canterbury works, of course, under the Pope. So I'm referring to Archbishop Langston. And he didn't want to do the coronation for King John because people thought King Richard was going to come back from the Holy Land any minute. And King John didn't appreciate that. And it led to a big old scandal, got John basically excommunicated or close to it, and then brought back in. So he's taxing the nobles. And then you get, with Archbishop Canterbury present, you get yourself the Magna Carta. So very interesting how it all feeds back into, our Western founding documents, which makes me have another question. Do Eastern cultures in Asia have anything similar to a Magna Carta? We never hear about that. Did anyone in Asia ever try to have a system where all the people in Asia were free? And if so, do they draft down what their laws at that time were? Were there, some enlightened emperor king or philosopher king? I'm not referring to Buddha. I'm talking like actually a government system. Did they ever do that, say in Malaysia or Indonesia or some Polynesian island or something? It'd be interesting to find that out. I think it's purely the idea of rights of the governed is purely a Western idea. I've never heard of it being Eastern. But if anyone knows, please let me. I yield.
Magna Carta.
Oh, Mitch McConnell kicked the bucket, Bonnie? I didn't know that.
No, not him. His wife.
Yeah. She didn't survive. How recent was this? I didn't hear about that.
About a year, maybe, if that.
Well, that's a darn shame. If you see my reply there in the comment. Oops. Kind of like how Fang Fang went boom boom with Eric Swalwell. Just such a shame. Yep. Play with the CCP and wind up being in pieces. Blackwatch rubs Buddha's belly to get 3 wishes. Actually, here's a little bit of trivial history. So you guys always see at restaurants, they'll put pennies and stuff around, Buddha. People will put coins and dollars and stuff around that.
Hmm.
When someone is like homeless and they come into those restaurants to beg or ask for food, they actually collect that money, and that money is used to buy the homeless person their meal. That's what that whole thing is about. So that's kind of a cool tradition. They actually take care of their homeless from everybody, putting those lucky pennies and lucky quarters and whatever else on Buddha's toes and knees and belly and hand or whatever. So if you ever are hungry and, down and out, go to a Chinese restaurant that has a Buddha. You might be able to get yourself a free meal. And the flip side is if you're ever thinking about people, who may need a little help, there's another way of just randomly, chipping in.
Excuse me.
I,
So Zombie Force is saying unique to Americans only, but I have heard Canadians saying that they have a constitution. Okay, the American Constitution is unique to Americans only. Got it. I see what you're saying. So, but Canada is also England tied. Canada does not. I think they do.
yeah, Canada is. Yeah, I saw Chessboard message me up. I'm wondering if you can help me.
Okay.
Canada never had a 1776. They've never truly broken away from the Crown or the Crown Corporation. As Four Corners report will point out, their flagpoles don't go directly into the dirt. They always put them on pedestals. It means they're still under the Maritime Admiralty law. They've never had that one moment. And that's something else you'll notice. Areas that are under the federal government, under the corporation, like at your post office or maybe at a military base, whatever, you'll see the flag doesn't always go into the dirt. It'll be up on a pedestal platform, which represents, right. It represents the ship, if you will. Ship of state versus resting in state or in the dirt. So yeah, a little bit of semantics, but yeah, part of the issue with Canada is they recognize rights as privileges, much in line with the United Nations. I think it took the 80s when they finally said they separated from the Crown or whatever, but that was what they do with the former Crown territories is they basically make them line up with the United Nations, and then they just manipulate that so that your rights are privileges under the UN Charter. And that's what they're trying to do with us here in America, is they're trying to make the UN and those different treaties they have there the law of our land versus our actual law of the land that we, the people, are going by. They're trying to take our sovereignty away incrementally and sometimes drastically. Patriot Act was a good example of drastically. And, you only have Dennis Kucinich and like Ron Paul and maybe a couple other people in Congress speak up, which goes to show you, 24 some or so years ago, how bought and paid for that Congress was at that point.
Yeah. Guess Dee fell asleep.
No,
she's
okay.
just
Still with
remember
us.
she has her animal. She has her animals and she has her husband.
Yes.
Got my pot of soup. I'm trying my soup.
There you go.
I'm trying a new spice my daughter told me about. Let me show you it here. Mita. It's very spicy. I can tell you that right now. It's very.
I smell it. I was just sitting here and I thought, I smell peppers or some kind of spice.
It is hot, hot, hot.
It
Me
smells
too,
it.
Lisa. Hot chili blend. Ethiopian. I guess it's
Mm.
Ethiopian. Oh my gosh, is it good? It really elevated that soup. It was really bland, and I just put a tiny little bit of it in there, and whew, damn, my mouth's on fire. But I like it. I like it that way. I like it hot.
Can you smell it? What?
Mm, except my nose too.
I smell something.
I'm serious. I was sitting here and I was like, I smell peppers and I'm
Ain't
smelling
me.
it.
I didn't do it.
Mm.
And now I washed my hands after I went out in the garden. It's not my hands, just a
Better
wood
than
pepper.
curry. It's different than curry. I mean, I love me some curry, but mm. So sorry. I was just eating. I was into that new spice. Ooh. No, I don't do 1 hour delivery. Sorry. Mm. But I
Hmm,
did bring a lot of Polish sausage home from Chicago. I went to Niles Polish Deli,
cool.
and it's incredible. Mm-hmm. And the Polish can cook. I'll tell you, it's peasant food, but it's good. It's our kind of food. My husband's a simple man that way. He doesn't really like a lot of. I like a lot of different flavors and different exotic things. He's getting into it more now, but for a long time he didn't really like Thai food or Indian food or just like
Yeah.
boring, bland Chinese food. I
Chessboard's
know. I
asking
gotta
if
feed
you
you.
do 1 hour delivery.
Mm. Oh yeah, Wayne. I know. I already answered him. I told him no. Yep, can't do it. But I did want to do some more cooking out of that Grange. We're having that big anniversary coming up in a couple weeks, and in fact, tomorrow night is a meeting about it. We're having a Zoom meeting about it. So um, I'm hoping to meet a bunch of the other Grangers and find out what some of the other people do to get more people involved in the building, you know.
Yeah.
Food is always a winner. I mean, I can cook, so I should just start some kind of, meal thing. And I did my proposal for him. I didn't push it hard. I mean, I didn't really get a response, and I didn't like, hey, for the sewing, because I made a proposal about doing sewing. But I'll get in there. I just want to get to know more of the other Grangers, because our dude is with the whole rest of the community at all. He just totally uses that building, and he uses it for himself. And he's not actively engaged with the rest of the Grangers, put it that way. So
Well,
it
Dee,
makes
you had a
hmm,
positive influence on Wayne. He said, listening to Dee go off 5 years ago helped me get off my booty. I walk now.
oh yeah,
Yes,
that's
so that is awesome.
that is nice. And I wasn't even bitching about walking. I was just bitching. So let me
This
mute.
kid,
I gotta get some dog food going. Who's here? Jeff?
Well,
but
He
that's
is fine for
kind of,
tired.
I don't know who Jeff is.
while you
Hmm.
do that, Dee, I got to ask Zombie Force, which Constitution were they referencing at 851? The American Constitution or the Canadian Constitution?
Oh, I missed what he said.
In 1851, you mean? Or
No, at
at the
8:51
mark of the
p.m.
video? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
8:51 p.m. He said the Constitution is unratified in parentheses entirely by its authors at will and is designed for the citizens only and remains out of reach by government, Supreme Court. So I'm trying to figure out if he means Canada's or the American version.
I think he means the American version.
Well, the part about it being unratified is it is ratified, and that's why you have to have the articles of the amendments, the Bill of Rights, to keep amending it. It was ratified, and then they have to amend it, hence the Constitutional Convention, to add amendments. So
Yeah.
instead of doing that, Congress has been skipping its responsibility to fully convene, and instead just keeps passing acts and letting executive orders get done and funding this and funding that, essentially giving up their power and their authority to people.
Do you agree that some changes need to be done to the ratifications, possibly?
I would have us go back to, for example, how we elected senators was originally done differently. It wasn't a popular election. Your state legislature would pick the senators and send them. So that kept power more in the state. Popular
You mean your
elections,
county?
as you know, can be,
Do you mean your
yeah,
county would yeah, they would elect your state, right?
well, like how we have
But he's
X amount of counties in
You
California,
said
and say
state.
we get like 4.
but he's talking about the senators.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he
senators,
he
not
said
congressmen.
this. Okay. Say it again. What you meant? Then I'm sorry. I got confused.
Yeah,
What did you say?
the way senators was elected was different than how congressmen were elected. Congressmen, you get the seats based on population and so on. Senators, you had, I believe it was per state. That's been the issue, is that your state legislature in your state, they were the ones who would appoint and send those senators to represent in the Senate. Another term for it would be your electors would convene and send your statesmen to the Senate at the time. So they changed it up to a popular election, and that just basically, threw stuff into party politics versus reflecting the will of the people, because the state legislature, within a state is what people vote for locally, and then locally they send somebody of their group to represent that will. Well, if you do the party politics popular vote, now a party can like install the senators, and it doesn't have as much of a filter for the parties pulling the strings. And also it makes it a bit harder to remove those senators for each state. That's why, and keep in mind, I think it's 6 years a senator gets to serve. So,
Yeah,
or maybe not 6 years, but
it is. We learned
they,
that the hard way too,
yeah,
for sure.
they seem to be in DC well past, like they are like the new noble class. I hate to say it, but they're there too long, in my opinion.
That was one of the
And
most. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
just thanking Zombie Force real quick for clarifying. American version got it. Okay, go ahead, D.
I was going to say that was one of the most confusing amendments to learn about, was when the presidential election process, it wasn't, or was it the presidential election? Was that who got to vote. Well, how they changed no, it was how the senators were elected, right? That's what we're discussing, was how the senators were elected. And it was by the legislators. I thought it was of the counties. This, would, those people were who elected the state senators. That was in my mind how I had it, but that could be wrong.
Seems to me like it's the like when we do the governor, vote for the governor and that group, county, governor, and senators when the time is up. Is that how it goes, Sean? I lost
I'm not sure that
everybody.
was. I'm not sure that
Oh.
was a question. The thing is you have the Senate. That's the other thing is you have the Senate and the House of Representatives are supposed to be elected in different cycles, et cetera. So Congress, with these staggered cycles every 2 years, you never have all of Congress up for election at once. So there's always somebody able to govern or move the business of the people. And
Right.
we are finding here in California, and they're going to try to do this eventually at the national level, much like they want to pad the Supreme Court and make Washington D.C. into a state and all these other lunatic ideas. Here in California, they are trying to make all the elections and all the processes on the same day of the year and on the same cycle. As a result, for example, my local sheriff got an extra 2 years added to his tenure as a sheriff because the state, adjusted a bunch of elections, including county offices like a sheriff, to go for 2 years longer to try to line everything up. So basically, the whole state could be swept in one election to one party and then back to the other party in theory, versus it being staggered. So there's always push and pull. So that right there just shows you how much they intend to screw up California, become one party state.
Yes.
Now the House of Representatives, you get the seats based on your census, but that is usually your congressman is a local popular election for districts or chunks in your county, both in the state level assembly or legislature, as I prefer to say, and also at the national legislature. And that's actually something too that sometimes confuses me. I'm aware of a local Air Force general, and I actually mistook him being in I thought he was our congressman. It turned out he was in our state legislature. I'm like, oh wow, this whole time I thought he was in DC. So that,
Right.
now this was a couple of years ago. I made that faux pas. I'm a little bit more aware of him now. But that said, too, when you get former Air Force generals to be, in politics at local state level politics versus national level, makes you wonder, why would a general go for something local? And it's because they know there's more power affecting things locally than there is going off to DC and being in that whole clown show, and being separate from your constituents.
Yes.
So that's something American people, if we use this general as an example, General Roth, ROTH, you could learn that, hey, if a general thinks it's smarter to run for my local office, maybe he's onto something. And usually they are.
Yes. We had a sheriff that was running for state legislature.
Sheriff knows.
Yep. Supreme Court
As long as
Justice.
it's not a general that is a furry dress in general.
So, oh no. So
I don't even want to touch that right now.
here in Texas, they do it by districts. Like, it's not counties, it's its districts. And they just did a redistricting of Texas because of the border towns, because a county over there could have like 50 people in it. So they redistricted it to make it where more people would be in that one district for the commissioner. And then I think in the big cities, they kind of made them smaller because of the population. They use the population to determine how many are in a district, I think.
Correct. Which, when you do that census, if you've padded the population with a bunch of, say, immigrants, you just created a new seat for that district.
Yes.
It's a way to gerrymander without openly gerrymandering. Which that's been the other thing is they, like Riverside County, they redid our districting. I want to say 1 to 2 election cycles back. So it's going to be very hard now for conservatives to get, or at least at the board of supervisors level. They basically, decided to chop up the GOP districts, of course, and again, the people didn't want it, and the board of supervisors, much like what DC's up in her area, they didn't listen to the people and they pushed it through. So when the government's not listening to the people, it's not a government by, of, and for the people anymore. And that means that there's certain duty, according to the Declaration of Independence.
Yep.
So,
And so
Sanford said, started to sleep. Something must be going right. Well, thank you, Sanford. I hope our voices lull you to a nice dream state in which you're floating on cotton, clouds filled with duck feathers, and just don't get into a fight and wake up with a mouthful of feathers in the morning.
I don't use feathers. Yeah. Okay. So what Zombie Force is saying here, even state laws must fall inside constitutional law. They are entitled but not capable of separation from Supreme Court justice. So I don't understand that last part. How Supreme Court justice should not be making laws for the people. They are in control over the government, right?
Well, Bonnie, I'm glad you're asking. So Zombie Force is paraphrasing Marbury versus Madison. Anything that's repugnant to the Constitution. It's also the Supremacy Clause. So if your state, for example, bans the Second Amendment, as we saw with the Heller decision, the Supreme Court will say, nope, that's not constitutional. Do it over. Scrap that law.
Right.
Now, the Constitution, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is not to worry about we the people. Yeah, you could take your case to the Supreme Court if you could get it into the right jurisdiction, and that's where you have to bounce through all those different courts, eventually go through an appeals court and all the different circuit courts. You travel up to that. The Supreme Court's role is to rule on the controversies between the states and the different bodies in the government. They are not, and to be honest, they weren't even supposed to rule if something is constitutional or not. However, in the case of Marbury versus Madison, when they were given that awesome decision, it was basically when the country decided, okay, we're just going to default to the Supreme Court and ask for what their verdict is. Because guess what? The Supreme Court can render something this way or that way, and then it goes back to the state to decide what they want to do next. It's not always the end game.
Hey, Lauren. Missed you there a minute ago. Okay. But the state laws, are supposed to be under the Constitution. So what I'm seeing in the states is more laws. They keep making more laws and changing the laws, and so we should be able to keep that from happening. I believe that, like, okay, even with the Constitution, the right to travel. If you're traveling from point A to point B, but the states put all these restrictions on you, you have to have your vehicle registered, you have to have insurance, you have to have a driver's license. So I know that gets into a whole other thing, but it's one example of how the state uses the laws to control the people. And
Okay.
I think they overstep
Are
that.
they, well, overreach is one part, but are they creating laws or are they creating statutes, ordinances, and penal codes?
Well, she's saying they're
So,
creating laws, but it's essentially, it's case by case basis.
Well, what they're doing is they try to create licenses. And when you create a license, you turn a right into a privilege. In fact, California DMV handbook reads that driving is a privilege. And yes, driving is a privilege because it's a commercial activity. So a right to travel and a right to drive are two different things. But the modern parlance, they kept updating their laws to try to include getting behind the wheel of a motor vehicle. Even if it's turned off and you're sitting there, you're still considered now a driver. They've tried to legalese their way into so many different things to try to shut down those arguments, because we do know, yes, there are people who can talk their way out of traffic tickets because they know that.
yes.
That, and I'm not discouraging that. However, every time the courts take a loss on something, they learn, they adjust, and then they add a new ordinance or statute into their little handbooks, and they teach their judges, don't say this the next time, just to make sure they don't lose again, because they want that money.
So it's the judge, because even, oh, darn it. What was I just thinking? It's the, well, it's gone.
Okay, well, I have something if you don't mind. I found the
Yes.
17th Amendment, which is what we were talking about, and this is how it reads. I just want to read a couple paragraphs here. The
Okay.
Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, elected to a 6-year term by the people thereof, and each senator shall have 1 vote. That's the provision from the 17th Amendment. And then it goes on here to say, this provision gave the people of each state the right to elect their United States senators instead of having them appointed by their state legislatures. The founders had assigned the Senate the responsibility of representing the states as sovereign entities, which is why they were appointed by the state legislatures rather than being elected directly by the people of the state. This was so that senators would be not compelled to involve themselves in the popular issues of the day, but could concentrate primarily on the protection of states' rights and on maintaining the established order. Theirs was the primary assignment of balancing the budget, keeping taxes as low as possible, tempering the radicalism of the House, and serving as the elder statesman of Congress. So that totally changed when we got the right to elect them, But also, if we didn't elect the right state legislatures, I mean, it just seems to me like the more disengaged we got, the more the bigger this whole thing got stickier.
Yes.
Well, when you inflate the money supply and people have to work more to pay their bills, guess what? You don't have as much time to do your civic duty and either research your politicians or become one. I yield.
I know it. What's going on? What's going
Hmm.
on? The creation. Okay. Oh, Blackwatch. Okay. Say no more. Okay. Wayne. Is that Wayne, my number one fan?
Yes.
I love him. Yeah, I love this book, man. I gotta get back to reading these chapters again. Yep. I do.
No political party can change the Constitution.
And then I was just reading how Congress had to meet once a year. Wouldn't that be nice if that's all those assholes met for? Once a
Yes.
year? See
And
them in Christmas. Get out of our lives. All you do is F it up.
then that's what I was seeing, something about the when we were reading about the law, and uh, I think you're paying $20 for your court. Where those days go. Last attorney I paid for was $5,000.
Oh, I really wish that we could assemble ourselves as a governing body and just like, the number one question would be, do you believe that we can accomplish things without lawyers? And people actually have to be, they actually have to have faith for that one because we're not seeing it in a whole lot of places where we're seeing the action that we want to see, basically. The example of a group of people that have taken their county over and they're rocking it.
Yes.
My county is destroyed. It's freaking completely morally bankrupt. Um,
Well, I just
so
found out.
Sean's Riverside.
Yeah,
Shit.
I just found out a whole lot more about mine that is very concerning. And but small small counties, uh, when you speak up, you kind of don't live in that county anymore.
Mm,
So uh, there is that.
targeted individuals, they call them.
Yes.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, I get that. But, we knew that risk we knew that risk when we started too.
Yeah.
But I guess probably didn't realize how bad it was. I mean, I think there has been a shift. I mean, I thought there was anyway, where more Americans were trusting not mainstream news, but I don't think that's true now.
No, I only know a small group of people that um, are kind of on the same page that we are. Um, of course, a lot of people don't say, don't, they don't. And maybe it's because of that good old boy system. I have no idea.
Or the fear.
Man, they can rock your world pretty easily.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I
sure,
mean,
they can.
yeah.
But what can man do to me? I mean, we do know that risk. Like I said, we already knew that was.
Okay, so when we're homeless and it's against the law to be homeless, then what?
I'm not gonna ever be homeless because I have friends and family. I mean,
Exactly.
That's
but
not
a
gonna
lot of
happen.
people don't.
Man,
And
Well, part of
it's no time to not have not to be a friend. You got to be a friend to have friends. You got to get out there and make friends, people. You really
yeah,
do. It's really important. And it's not that hard. I can make a friend every day, but I can't get them to do what I want them to do. I can't even pay them to do what I'd like to see done. So
you, no, you can't make anyone do what they don't
hey,
want to do.
Democrats do.
Even when um, they are on the same page, it's still very hard to get them to understand assembling as it is in the Constitution. It's,
Totally. Yep.
yeah,
Anarchy Television's on fire, just hitting point after point tonight. Good stuff.
he's pretty educated on all the, what's up. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link if anybody
I
wants
think
to
he's behind though in the chat. I think we
come
were
up.
talking about that stuff a while ago.
Well, no, we're just discussing that he's on the two types of courts and so on. And again, that's Justice Harlan, his comments on Downs versus Bidwell, that there's two courts. One court runs the business of the country. The other is the type of courts that work under the Constitution. So you just got to know which type of court you need to get into, you know?
Yeah,
Let's see here. Zombie Trump gets attacked by federal, but they lack jurisdiction over president. Well, actually, I've been seeing it being the state level courts are trying to, mess around with Trump's decisions. So yeah, the states in theory could tell the president what to do if he's in their state, but outside the state, good luck. Same as like, if you send the Florida National Guard to Alaska, the Alaskans will be like, "What are you doing here? Go back to Florida."
and
Kind of how the
that's
go
what
ahead.
I was wanting to ask you tonight was the Seventh Amendment, and isn't that what it pertains to?
It
That
pertains to seventh, but also your fifth and your fourth.
right. So it's kind of like if they call it a circuit court. Is that what they call it? Well, anyway, a smaller court can't do that and then it go before the Supreme Court. It
Hold on.
or can they?
Sorry, dog barking.
It's okay.
Okay.
Oops. I'm sorry
Could
too. I
you
didn't know my
repeat?
mic was on.
Could you reiterate the question?
So like, okay, we'll use Trump as an example. So these lower courts were trying to press charges against him for whatever. But then because they did that, that can't go to the Supreme Court, can it? Or, well, he's the president, so he's under the Supreme Court. But okay, say like a regular person, like one of us, if there was a case that came against us in a court and we felt that it was wrong, but no matter what, a jury decided guilty, not guilty. That case could not go before the Supreme Court for an appeal or anything. Could it?
I don't think it could. I think that's how come things. I think it might have to get appealed through that same court first, and then it be allowed to go to Supreme Court. But I thought that's how it worked. Maybe I'm wrong.
But according to
Okay.
the Seventh Amendment, okay, let me reread it. and tell me where I'm getting mixed up. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law.
Hmm,
Correct. So what you want
interesting.
is a court for common law. We'd also call that a court of record. And there are courts of record. You can find them, but you have to request your case be moved from the jurisdiction it's in into a court of record. Civil court is a term that can be used to obfuscate that you're in a municipal court or a basically a de facto admiralty court or maritime court. So you want to get yourself into a court of record, then you'll proceed with your procedure from there.
Good to see you, Carolina, again. Who
Yes,
else is here? Do we have two new people on
we have
here?
Zombie and Wingnut. They got
Oh,
typing.
Yeah, I was a
hi,
little,
Ron.
I was a little behind in chat actually. Now that I think about it,
Oh,
but
but you caught up quick.
yeah, I was, when you mentioned it, I was like behind. I was like, oh shit, I was like 2 minutes or 3 minutes behind or something. But yeah, and that's when it comes down to the core systems altogether, it's like we've been hoodwinked in a lot of time, a lot of ways. And it's mostly because it's a revenue source. They see us as a revenue source, and that's the reason why they just try and push you through and all this stuff. And they say that there's no excuse not knowing the law or some shit like that, whatever. And they look at all of us as incompetent, and technically, in a way, we are when it comes down to the way they are operating. Like I said, there's two types of courts. It's a civil court and criminal court.
Yeah.
Mostly everything is criminal because there's a monetary thing attached to it, and they want to convert mostly everything into criminal. And the Constitution only allows for two types of criminal court, which is either through common law or administrative, statutory, admiralty, maritime law. And right now, when you go into courts, it's very rare, if at all, you'll ever see anything under common law. And everything is under that statutory or administrative admiralty law. And that's actually international law. That's not even American. It's international. That's not the law of the land. That's the law of the water. And what they've done ever since the Union, they've flooded the land with this law of the water. And that's what you see in the courts today. That's why the bar is actually part of Europe or Britain or whatever, and that's where a lot of that stuff comes from, because they were the major people of the water. They had control of the water for so long, so many centuries and stuff, and they created basically the law of the water, and that's how it's flooded the land. I mean, even the Statue of Liberty, Statue of Liberty, the liberty is what a captain gives the sailors when they come to port. Liberty requires permission. That's why it's out in the water. It's not out on land. If it was on land, it would be the Statue of Freedom. The Statue of Liberty is, if you actually even look at it, go to the Statue of Liberty, look at her ankle. It's got a chain. It's chained down to the base.
Oh,
That's because
this whole thing has been, this thing is well researched with this group, for sure.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, like even on the driving scenario, they've hoodwinked everybody into believing that we're all drivers. When it first started, The only people that were required to have a driver's license and all that stuff was, like taxi drivers, delivery truck drivers, and all the government fleet. Those are the ones
Anything
that, yeah,
commerce.
yeah,
Yes.
anyone that's making money by the use of the roads. Those are the
Yes.
ones that have to pay to or have the privilege to use the roads because they're making money off of it. Well, they've realized that there's so much revenue there. Let's just convince everybody that they're drivers so we can gain this revenue. And that's what
Yes.
over the years, like a couple of hundred years actually, or whatever, ever since the vehicle came into play. That's when I can't remember when the driver's license came into play. I can't remember the date. But anyway, when all that stuff came into play, they realized this is a good revenue source, and they've
Yep.
convinced everybody into this, and then tried to make everybody a conspiracy theorist. If you think there is a such thing as a right to travel, oh, you got the right to travel. Yeah, you can walk or ride a horse and buggy, but there's a difference between an automobile and a motor vehicle. An automobile is private property. It's actually considered household goods, and a motor vehicle is considered commerce. It's a commerce language. It's the same thing with
There is.
driver, driving,
Mhm.
traffic. These are commerce. These are words in commerce. Traveling is a right, and that's the thing too. Is like um, since so many people, including government, like you try and you're gonna have a lot of problems with cops if you try to actually exercise your right to travel out here using your automobile, going from point A to point B or whatever. All right, because cops don't know the fucking law. Excuse my language. They just don't know it. They at the most they know the cliff notes of the law, and even
Can I
then,
interject?
go ahead.
Can I interject in this? Okay, we was having a discussion about this just Friday night. Me and Mad Chad and a couple of other guys. And can you hear me very well?
Yeah.
I'm going to turn your
Uh,
mic up a little bit. It's a little low.
okay, but here's the thing.
There you go.
And a lot of people make that mistake by thinking that their automobile is an extension of their home when it is not. The most prominent thing that gets people sidetracked in this sovereign citizen beliefs or whatever that amounts to is the fact that yes, you may operate a motor vehicle on a highway designated for the vehicle, which means you can have a tractor, something like the Amish do when they drive a tractor down the highway without a license or anything. But you got to remember that horses and buggies didn't have motor engines in them. So thus, the Department of Motor Vehicle Enforcement, which I used to work for like 3 years, there is a law that says you're not to operate a motor vehicle on a highway without a permit. You got to understand that. You don't have to have a permit to operate a tractor. The Amish found that loophole, and they got tractors that are hooked up to their PTO on a trailer behind them with a rear axle of a pickup truck that can push that tractor down the highway 45, 50 miles an hour. They don't need an operator's license or a driver's license to be able to drive a farm equipment or something that provides them, their family. You got to understand, like if you had a horse and wagon and you said, hey, I use this horse and wagon on my farm. It plows my fields and it hauls my goods from town or whatever. But when you incorporate a motor into a luxury passenger vehicle, you got to understand that there's a line there that people have a tendency to cross, and it costs them a lot of trouble later because they're going to come up in court, and a judge is going to just drag that law book out and say, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but you're wrong. And people don't get that.
Well,
One, there's all sorts of little loopholes in there. Like they say, oh, but you're a convicted felon and you can't own a firearm. And I'm going to say, because I practice law, I'm going to say, yes, you can, even if you got a felony. But it must be a primitive weapon. It must have a cap, and it must be a cap and black powder and a ball type projectile. It cannot be a cartridge. See, that's the definition. And people miss that, which means if you got, I mean, I'm not going to say this to say everybody should go get one, but if you have a cap and ball weapon, then you are allowed to have it as long as it's a cap and ball. It cannot be a cartridge. See, that's where people misrepresent things. And I try to interject on what I know. And what'll help anybody that's wanting to know about the American Constitution. It's not comparable to any constitution anywhere else in the world. It was you read the articles of We the People, Declarations of Independence, and it specifically says we the people reserve the right. Anything outside of any such constitution in the whole entire world, we the people reserve the right to make a decision on, which means it has to be voted. And each state has a Senate, each state has a certain amount of congressmen, and it's up to the people, our public representatives in agreements, and it must be 2/3 of the population, which is, you know what I mean. You can't
Yes,
just the
I
the states, the separations of power. You guys were talking about that. See, I call them district court federal tyrants in black robes because that's what they are. The
yes,
the district court judges, even if 100% of them combined came up with a decision to say we don't want this, they do not have the power of diplomacy and diplomat status. Only the president and his administration has the power over that. They don't control what decisions go on in other countries or outside their district. See, that's the difference. One circuit court, federal court judge cannot tell another circuit court judge what the law is and define the law because that's determined by the state. It has to be a criminal charge, a federal criminal charge, and it has to be just, I mean, they charge President Trump with 34 federal court crimes. He's still the president, if you see
yes,
what I mean. They
yes,
cannot they cannot determine the power of we the people. The majority of the country says, hey, he's the president. He's the president. He has the decision. Anything that has to be amended in Constitution can be amended, but it only can be amended through the Supreme Court, and it has to be on majority floor of the legislate of the government, the federal representatives, not the federal government. The federal government has no bearings and no power over the Constitution or the Supreme Court. Because if Donald Trump goes against Supreme Court law on anything inside this country, they will deny that. But so far, Donald Trump seems to have said, we're going to stick by the laws that's on the books. And every time you see one of these propaganda news reports, oh, this district court judge in California or this district court judge here says they're going to file a lawsuit against the Trump administration, and they lose because
If I
Donald
may,
Trump
did
has
you
the
say that the Supreme Court would decide another amendment? Because I don't think that's right. That would be
the,
Congress
the,
that
We
would
have a
decide it.
Congress.
no, the Congress can vote the bill. You got to understand that.
The Supreme
Congress
Court
just
Supreme,
doesn't
can't simply,
legislate, though.
yeah,
The
the
Supreme
Supreme
Court
Court
don't
doesn't legislate.
legislate.
Yeah, it only has
huh?
And
opinions
they,
of and
Yeah,
interpretations of the law. That they don't
within
create law.
within the law. It has to be within the laws and the bounds of the laws of the Constitution for the Supreme Court to say, okay, you can do that. But they try, the legislators try, Congress tries, but they can't get it past the Supreme Court. But here lately, the district court federal judges have been saying, oh, we're going to sue Donald Trump and his administration from this. And we're going to win. No, as soon as it gets to the Supreme Court, Donald J. Trump stuck by the constitutional laws, the laws that already exist on the books and have been legal since we've had a country. See,
All
people
right.
don't get that.
Let me also say this also. Now think about it. Okay, you talk about the cap and ball. You know why the cap and ball is something like, like for instance, like you were talking about, like if you're a felon or whatever, you can probably have a cap and
It's the
ball.
Second Amendment. Thou
Well,
shalt can't be infringed.
well,
You can be restricted to ownership of a
Acco-
cartridge, but
according
not a weapon.
according to their statutory rules and laws and all that stuff, a cap and ball is not technically, according to the definition, a firearm. That's the reason why. All right, it's the same thing. If you look at the legal definition of
Exactly.
traveler and or automobile, no, I take that back. Automobile and a motor vehicle, even in motor vehicle code, there's a difference between the two. An automobile is not in commerce. You're not working on commerce. A motor vehicle is. That's the reason why it is a privilege to drive and operate, which is a
And I
commerce
gotta
term.
correct you on this again.
And
Here we go.
that's the reason why
Let me
when you are
interject.
when you
When
are
you
conveying,
move,
listen,
if you're
when you are conveying your property, which is your property being yourself or your automobile from point A to point B, that is not in commerce. You're just basically life, liberty, and property, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness,
you have a
basically.
right.
And
You
that
have
is
a
the
right to
right.
drive.
That is not
Listen,
a privilege. All right.
you have a
And
right. You won't be stopped. You won't be ticketed if you say, hey, I am moving my property from this state to this state. You see, the federal law allows for up to a 30-day permission for you to relocate your property from one place to another,
but
not to keep going up and down the highway in it.
no,
See,
no,
that's
no,
what
no, no,
it's
no, no.
cleaned
See,
up.
that's where you're wrong. I mean,
But
I have to say, I mean, because all
I,
right, the way it's written in the law, that's the reason why I'm saying this. The way it's written in the law, even if you look up the motor vehicle code, when it comes down to the definition of an automobile versus the motor vehicle, all right, there is a difference between the two. All right. And that's in legal definitions and all this stuff, even in the Constitution. It even says it in the motor vehicle code. Yes, walking, riding a bicycle, horse and carriage, and automobile. It doesn't say motor vehicle. It says automobile. All right. And
There wasn't any such thing as an automobile when the Constitution was written. It
when
means that you have the right of freedom of travel. You got to understand
I'm
that. This
talking about the
means
motor
that
vehicle code. I'm not talking about the Constitution. The Constitution, yes, says we have the right to travel. But when it comes down to the motor
each
vehicle
state
code, which dictates all the stuff on the roads, the motor vehicle
each
code,
state determines that. Each state determines the laws and regulations in the motor vehicles, the cars and the passenger vehicles inside that state. But let me remind you, in most states inside this United States, most vehicles are subject to a vehicle inspection before it can be properly licensed. See, and
that's
in the
if you want a
federal motor,
contract. If you want a contract with the government, when you
if
get a
it's
license,
being done
you're in
safe, if
contract
it's
with the government.
if
You're
it's a
you're
motor
basically
vehicle,
turning your vehicle, your automobile, and transferring it into a automobile into a motor vehicle. You're
it's
basically
subject to
when you go
it's
in, and
subject
if
to
you
inspection. It's
listen,
that
subject
listen,
they
to
can
listen,
take
Zombie,
inspection.
away from you. May I?
listen. Go ahead.
If the okay, sorry y'all. If the people of the state are paying for the roads that they are traveling on, then there is no reason whatsoever for law
You have to
enforcement,
look at
the county, the state, whoever, to make any more money off of that person for traveling
it
to
means that they can't tax
their.
they can't impose a tax on cargo, which
Well,
means that if you've got $5 million worth of cargo in the back of a truck and you come to a scale house, they can't say, well, you owe us some taxes for all that $5 million worth of cargo. It only imposes, and they fixed that with the new FICA,
That's
which is
called
a
interstate tax.
yeah.
But anyway,
So
do you know what tax actually pays for the upkeep of roads?
your state license and motor vehicle taxes do,
No,
or registrations
the
and federal funding.
gas tax
Yeah,
pays for the upkeep of
yeah,
roads.
comes out in each state.
So
You know, when you
you're
pull,
paying for the roads through gas, and when you go get gas and put into your vehicle, all right, that
well, when
tax is actually what's paying for the upkeep or
exactly,
the
but
upkeep of the roads.
when you go down to your local courthouse or wherever people go, and you purchase a license plate and a registration for that vehicle,
Right, you're getting
it
a
gives
contract. You're getting into
it
a
gives
contract. Yeah, that's
it
what that
gives you
is.
it gives you a pass to go to any state unimpeded, and they can still charge you a toll. You can choose not to go down a toll road or across a toll bridge. There's alternative routes. It's an inconvenience, but that's simply facts. You know,
But that's the thing. It's like that's we as a country, as a nation, for many generations have all been hoodwinked into believing that we have to have our right converted into a privilege.
Yes.
so
And
so if
the, the law,
if somebody goes down here to the local bar and gets completely intoxicated and runs that vehicle through somebody's house and kills 3 family members, should they just be allowed to just go back and get in that car and drive anywhere they
no,
want?
then
No,
they are held accountable
Okay,
before a grand jury.
it's
the
yeah. It
thing
leaves
is,
if
the
it's
thing
there's a
is,
victim involved, there's a crime. All right, there that's see that's the thing.
I admit we should
That's a
have to
fallacy
take
type argument. Go ahead.
we should have right to take personal liability instead of insurance. You know what I mean? We can
Yes,
take we can
yes,
take responsibility of that insurance and take liability of all damages and things due to an accident,
Hmm.
damage to another person's property.
Right.
no
You
harm,
know,
no
I'm not
foul.
I'm not
Yeah,
going along with all of the you must have insurance and you must,
Well,
that's
that's I
that
agree,
doesn't
but that's the reason why they can impose a forced or mandated insurance is because you've converted your right of travel into a privilege to drive. All right, and when you contract with the government, they can do whatever they want. They actually technically own your vehicle. You don't really even own your vehicle. That's why cops can pull
that's
you over and they can do this and search it and all this other shit because
that's
technically
what
the government.
I just
Uh,
hold
that's what I'm
myself
trying.
not a member or believer in any branch of political representatives, you
But that's
know.
what I'm trying to
But
say is, but then the
the
the police or whoever thinks that they can just tow your property
mhm.
somewhere and make you pay again to get it back.
Yep.
And
Because
it's your
when
property because you had an expired tag on your vehicle. Come on.
yeah, yeah,
Cha Cha was telling me on the she was telling me about something
Stop,
where
Roots.
she got stopped
Hey,
for
Virginia.
doing a rolling through a stop sign in the middle of the night, and she said there was nobody else around, Zombie. I said evidently there must have been a motorcycle cop because when he pulled you over, he gave you a ticket for that. The thing about it is more people have these crazy arguments about what they feel may be right or what they feel may be wrong, but that's the problem why we got the problems inside this country now is because we make these laws. We agree a lots of these laws are agreeable. No, don't murder people, don't rob people, don't steal, you
That's the
know. But as
commandments.
soon as as
well,
soon as as soon as everybody starts ignoring all of these rules that we started out with the Ten Commandments closely in the Constitution. But all of these rules that we agreed to so we could all get along and have a great nation, then everybody's always in dispute about some little petty ass thing. It cost me $35 to get a license plate for my truck, and I can drive it anywhere in this country. I don't care if I own it. I don't care. I care that I can be able to drive that and just go along with what the system works. You see, it works. Regardless
Well,
of what people think, it works. You know, there's people that's been on death row that got out of, they say, well, he ain't guilty, get him out of there. Because justice will prevail. But that's where we're at in this great divide. I was just in a podcast with somebody earlier, and I made this point clear, and they couldn't understand it. I said, here, let me give you some truth. Maybe you can understand this. 14% of the black population in the United States only is responsible for 57% of the crime. And they'll say, that's not true. I said, okay, 19% is Hispanic. So you got 20 something percent responsible for white ethnic group criminals inside this country. And they said, that's not true. I said, well, okay, here's the prison population. 77% of the prison population inside the United States total, you see, is comprised of white, non-white, Hispanic, or black. You see, nobody wants
Zombie,
to
do you
see
have a
these big
channel?
facts.
Zombie, pardon me. Do you have a
Yeah,
channel? Uh-huh.
Yes, he
yeah.
Okay.
does.
Okay.
And they don't want to see these things, and it's kind of like, you know, we're all separated by our own personal beliefs instead of the better for the country. And that's where Hamilton and Adams and Benjamin Franklin and all these guys went in there, and they came back out, and Benjamin Franklin says, okay, you've got your Constitution, you've got your republic, if
If you
you can
can
hang
keep
on to it.
it.
Yeah, if you can keep it.
Well,
But we
that's what
seem
we're
to
here to
can't get,
discuss. That's what we're
yeah,
here to discuss. So if
the
we could
power of
all
the people it's a
if we
great
could
thing.
get back to our topic on discussion, Bonnie, this is
Yeah,
her show. So I'd like to hear her be able to see where she wants to go with it, if you don't mind.
yeah. It's about the Constitution. I
That's
get it,
why we're
you
here,
know.
man. That's why we're here.
You know,
We're
and
actually pretty educated bunch, you know. You're kind of
yeah,
preaching to the choir. We're that's what we're
yeah.
about. So,
But it's all these disagreements, you know.
oh,
That's why we're
yeah,
so divided.
I sure
It's
do.
not, it, well, we try not to disagree, but it's the
Not
disagreement is
me.
the disagreement is between what I'm hearing right here is we, most of us feel there's too much government, too much policing, too much law that are unnecessary. If I was to cause harm to someone, I would definitely know that I would be held accountable for that. And it would probably be prison time because I wouldn't have the money to just pay it off. And that is the point of the grand juries. And that's why we do this on Monday nights, is to see the solutions to what is happening in our nation today. We have big issues. We have homeless people who are now being criminalized, and we have elderly who are being priced out of their homes and could possibly end up homeless, and they're being criminalized. We have the homeless people who are disappearing, that are, where are they going? Nobody knows. Nobody's checking on them to see where they're going. Nobody is even worried about it. Let's let the government handle it. No, these people are in our communities. Our communities should be taking care of their people. And
Why is
that's
it the responsibility? Here's the thing. Here's the way most of that thinking thinks. Okay, if I was just this self-egregious greedy bastard, and I said, hey, I'm not going to be responsible for the love and care of your grandmother or any of your loved ones in a state nursing home or anything else. And why should I have to pay for that?
I will
Why
not
should,
put anyone in a home.
see, and we as people, we don't take the responsibility of our relatives, our loved ones, or anything because just because you say you do it and you don't, then if that was the case, then state nursing homes and these facilities wouldn't exist.
Well,
Now,
well, majority the way
I
it,
mean,
way it's gone nowadays, most people don't. A lot of people, I wouldn't say most, but a lot of people don't have personal responsibility. All right, they
yeah,
delegated that responsibility to others or the government, and the
yeah,
government actually wants everybody either dependent or working for it, and that's how they keep their continuity of government. And if we just go back to the original, which is common law, and basically a crime leaves a victim. All right. What's the crime of going 2 miles over the speed limit? What's the crime of actually, I don't know, not wearing a seatbelt? What's the crime? Who's the victim in that scenario? All
yeah,
right.
you got to have a victim to have a crime. I agree.
Right. But that's the thing. It's like, but that's the thing. The revenue that they generate from these victimless crimes, they call them crimes, but they're victimless. So they're just basically nothing but revenue generating effects. You know what I mean? And it's like, again, on the
Yeah,
homeless scenario, there's no revenue, no profit in fixing the homeless scenario. That's why it's not going to get fixed by the government. There's no
yeah.
profit.
And
There's no profit in
my
that, you
my
know?
uncle was a chancery court judge for like 20 years, and he says to me that the court systems and stuff are completely disconnected from human emotion, and I agree. But we have to be able to fix the problems most present. And you get people that they get they get emotional, and I get it. You get emotional. You say, "Hey, what about these people out here on the street that are homeless and what's causing it?"
Are you calling
But
me emotional?
no, no. But the fact is you got to do the real numbers, and I do that all day, every day. I worked for 14 years for the immigration department. The fact of the matter is if you have the real number, 50 million individuals inside of a country that are either documented to be here temporary under work, school, or some kind of stay that was brought on by a federal immigration court. But when you take 25 million people, and people just, they, it's the truth is damn hard for some people, but when you take 25 million people and you move them into a society of people, if I took 25 million people and put them in the state of Texas, and then all of a sudden 25 million jobs had to be come up with, 25 more million more people had to be accommodated, and everything inside that, hell yeah, coffee is going to be costing you $30 a pound because there's capitalists behind some of that. They're running it. The more people, and then you get this out of Chicago. You
Love
get
you.
videos of you watch live videos of people saying, thank you for coming to our city and helping us with this crime problem because this mayor just squandered 800 million people, $800 million of their taxpayers' money on illegal immigrants. You see? But then they wonder
I'm
why
not going to
everything's
agree
so
with
high.
that.
You know, they wonder why the prices are so expensive. You
Shauna,
have to take that. The
sorry.
money has to come from somewhere. It has to come from somewhere, and it ain't coming from the government. It's coming out of your pocket. It doesn't matter if somebody in California is drawing welfare funds or whatever it be. It's still coming out of your pocket. They're getting some kind of a percentage of that because it's coming through federal funding. You know, and I hear this. We have to solve these solutions. We don't have to go back and rewrite the Constitution. We just have to abide by its original agreement. And it
But do
wasn't
you
our
see?
agreement. It was the agreement that the government agreed to with we the people. See?
But do you
We're
see
supposed
how
to,
it's being lumped all
why-
together? I
yeah,
understand getting the illegals out. I totally understand that. But at the same time, that's when they started attacking the homeless people. And I'm talking, people can't even sleep. If they are too tired to drive, they can't pull over and sleep because that's considered camping where they're at. If they're in a parking lot of a business, whatever. So they are making this illegal in so many
I know it's a
areas
hard
that's
one.
all together.
Yeah,
And it's,
making homeless a crime is a crime. I think.
yes,
You know,
it's affecting everyone.
and
There are
any,
numerous people
anything, any,
I have seen.
anything can happen.
They even, you, you're not even supposed to live in a motel for however long. It, I can't remember what the limit is.
Yeah, you can't even stay in the same spot in public lands more than 10 days. You have to move to a different spot.
Yeah, yeah. You just have to relocate. It's the move along laws. It means that yeah, you can sleep on a tent behind some building somewhere, but when as soon as they come along and find you, they do like they do to people in California down in Long Beach or whatever. They just say, "Hey, we got to take all this homeless campment down," and then the next week it relocates to a different part of the city. They just have to. You just have to move along. You're not. You can't impede public travel. They get technical on it, but you know, the thing is I've been preaching this for a long time that America, the people of this country should the only people that's ever going to solve homeless is the people inside this country. Don't depend on the government to solve the problem. They're just going to sweep it under the sidewalk or under the carpet out of sight, and it's cured to them.
Or
And we
take them
all
and
know the truth.
somewhere else that they have no clue how to make it.
I think that they should have we as the people should incorporate jobs in our community and says, hey, look, I'm gonna give you $5 an hour to do this specific thing, and find usefulness with these people instead of just trying to sweep them under societal's carpet. I
That's
mean,
not going to
that's
happen because they're building all these AI robots right now to just take all those jobs. Because I mean, honestly,
yeah,
once we the people become our usefulness is no longer useful, when they got something to replace us with, that's another reason why they were wanting to pull all these illegals in because they want to replace the workforce with all these people that are from all these other countries that have no
yeah,
allegiance to America, have no American quote unquote patriotism, and they have no idea and doesn't even care, and they're from a place where they're used to being under tyranny, so they're okay with being under tyranny over here. You know what I mean? And
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 what
and then on
happened?
top of that, there's a lot of them send a lot of that money back to wherever they are coming from. Because I used to know guys from Guatemala. They send every bit except for like probably a third of their paycheck. They'll
Yeah,
send every bit of
it,
it go back to Guatemala, live like a king
it,
back in Guatemala. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And the money doesn't even stay in America. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
four
but
And
bedroom four
we know,
bedroom brick house with a
yeah,
pool down there. And
I think
the
what
thing
he's
about it
saying
is
is, hold on, is like, okay, a lot of us ladies are living alone and we are always needing a handyman for something. And if it were possible for us to afford to pay somebody $5 an hour, then yes, if there's somebody out there, we have places. Of course, they've probably all been taken away,
well,
but
I
we have
agree with you.
places where, wait a minute,
Okay.
where Hispanic people will gather at this place every morning because they are looking for work. All the
Day
ranch,
labor.
all the
Yeah.
farmers, Yes, anyone who needs day labor knows where to find them, and they would go and pick them up to go work for them for the day. It
No, no,
worked.
I agree
Now,
with you.
now they can't do that because they're going to be arrested.
Mhm. Well, I agree with you in some aspects. Okay, you know, I try to get out there and do odd jobs because I don't have per se like a 9 to 5 right now. All right, but um, when it comes down to like just like an average person going out there doing little odd jobs and stuff like that, there's always this the chance of getting busted because you don't have a license to do this or that. You know what I mean? You're not insured and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? That they're wanting you to get an LLC or whatever. You know what I mean? Hell, when the hurricane happened here, I mean, they were cracking down on anybody that didn't have an LLC or didn't have a license to do like picking up garbage or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's another thing too. When it comes down to the homeless part of it, me personally, I've been homeless. I did it. I did it for like 10 years.
Too.
All right. So I know what it's like, and I know from my own experience what a lot of people would need. For one, is a place to lay their head and have their stuff safe where there's not, they don't have to worry about people stealing their shit, whatever, whatever, whatever. All right. And when it comes down to like just having property at a lower affordable price to where people can actually afford a place to live. You know what I mean? That's becoming way absorbent. Now you go to that into the city council and all that stuff, and property appraisers, they're always hiking it up so they can get more property taxes out of you, and all this other stuff. And then the cost of homes or property just becomes so expensive. I mean, hell, I mean, today's kids in their 20s, they're not going to be able to afford a property or a home, you know, and it's just it's insane. And then how do you think a fucking homeless guy that doesn't have like a 9 to 5, or even if he does have a 9 to 5, he still needs to have a place to sleep at night, has to have a place somewhere he can take a shower. You know what I mean? I mean, if that's not there, it makes it even harder. I mean, it does. It's a compounding type of
I
a
mean,
scenario.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you on that. And it's sort of like, when's the last time in a town that you seen a YMCA for people to stay? You know?
Well, even then, I know a lot of people, including myself, that will not stay in a shelter. Shelters are dangerous. All right.
Yeah.
They're very dangerous. I mean, people get stabbed, people get their stuff stolen. It's very dangerous to stay. I would rather sleep in the woods versus a shelter. All right. And I know a
Yeah.
lot of
And
people that are in that same mindset. All right.
when who do you see? Who do you see? And it's sort of like this. We, the people, have to be able to debate with one another on this. So, I mean, where is these people that says, "Hey, I've got X amount of dollars. I'm financially well off and secure." Where are these people that say, "Okay, I'm going to open up a place where these homeless people can stay for $1 a night or $2 a night"? Well, you don't. And the thing
Well,
about it is all of the homeless communities that they're trying to create with the tiny houses and everything and try to help these people stair step their way off the streets and not consider themselves the beneficiary. They don't have to stay in a shelter. They sign up for it. They get, and then you see these cities that are destroying that. They don't
yeah.
want that.
I
You
agree.
see,
I've
they
seen
don't,
it. I've seen it. I've seen it over and over again. A lot
and
of people that actually construct these like one room tiny home type of things, and got a piece
exactly.
of land, got their own piece of land, bought their own piece of land or whatever out of their own monies, constructed these
I
places
had
and did this for this. And next thing you know, the dang city or the county or whatever come in
exactly.
and and
I
and
speak from
and
experience on that. I had a warehouse that had
Justin's doing
29.
it.
I had a warehouse in New Orleans, Louisiana that had 29,000 square feet in it, and I had about 30 people that lived inside my building, and I didn't charge them hardly anything. A lot of times, if they didn't have the money to pay, I'd say, well, help take out the trash, clean the bathrooms, and you know what? The fire marshal came in after 10 years and shut all that down. You know,
Yeah, and I mean, because like I said,
and there wasn't a problem. We didn't have people robbing. We didn't have people stealing from each other. Everybody lived together in that building, but they wasn't homeless. It wasn't a shelter.
Right.
But there's not enough people out there that have enough backbone to face these issues. They only want to try to blame that issue on something else. There's not enough towns in America that says, hey, outside of a church, or a mission, who is out there saying, okay, we're going to solve this as people instead of leaving it up to the authorities or the government? Because as soon as the government steps in, that's the cold hand of government. They don't care
well,
what you look like, what you smell like. They don't care. If they consider you guilty of something, they're just going to charge you accordingly, and you'll be released upon your release date. That's the way they look at it. They're unconnected.
and Bonnie, what I'm
So
thinking is like you really have to address the core issue because all these other things are just band-aids on top of it. They're
Yeah.
just like they're not
exactly.
fixing the problem in the first place. That's why I always go back to the
And
problem
that's a
is, well,
nice
we got to
way.
actually eliminate what caused the problem in the first place. All
It
right, like for
starts
instance,
at the home
right, well,
because
that is part
here
of it.
we are. Everyone thinks that they have to live on their own, that they have to have their privacy, that they, for whatever reason. Okay. So, all of these people that I have taken care of have moved on. Now I'm on a fixed income, ain't find a job, and everything keeps going up in price.
Hmm.
So I'm
That's the
having,
problem. That's the problem. So how
I'm
do we
having
eliminate that problem? All right,
a good
the prices
question.
of everything going up, the dollar that we use are going down, the value of it, and
It's
that's
going
done.
to continue. It's going to
And
continue because of the
Here's
economy.
here's
well, then,
part
It's,
of my person. Here's part of my core personality, just so people can know me a little better. My ex-wife. You
and
see,
loves to garden. If she wants a room, I need a roommate. If she wants to
my
live
ex,
in Texas, I don't know where you're at,
my
and I don't know
ex-wife,
if I'm living with you.
my ex-wife.
Same.
My ex-wife. We have 3 kids together. She stays in one of my extra rooms, and I don't charge her anything. I make sure that we have food and everything. We don't have that relationship. We're friends,
Yes,
but it's people's willingness to say, "Hey, I've got what it takes to solve just a little micro spot of this problem in the world."
yeah. My
And
ex-husband
I
didn't
have
offer.
I got guys, I got guys that come around. And they say, "Hey, and they say Rob. Everybody calls me Rob. Rob Zombie. My name is Rob, but they uh they say, they're homeless. I know 2 guys right now that are sleeping in their car, and I say, hey, I got some stuff if you want to make you a little money. Oh yeah, I'll be there in the morning. They never show up. And one guy shows up, he gets a phone call from some girl, and he's in the car with her, and he's
That
gone.
signal drop.
You see? You see what I mean? It's sort of like you can put it out there, you know. You get very few that seem to want to accept that responsibility, but you got a lot of them that don't want to say, hey, they a lot of them say, hey, I'm homeless. Where can I get something to eat? And where can I find somewhere to sleep? And that's their life. So I know people that prefer to live on the street than they had to have a job or
Yes,
anything else.
that's that's an everyday thing when you're in that
Yeah,
situation. Every day, where do I sleep tonight? Where do I get food today? That's the two main things. Where do I take a shit shower and shave? Those are a everyday scenario, unless you got like
yes.
a spot somewhere where you can go to every day. You know what I mean?
I
Other than
kept
that,
a water hose. I kept a
All right.
hydrant on my. I kept a hydrant on my property in New Orleans for 10 years. I paid the water bill on the meter, just a hydrant. And I told every one of those people that were homeless around me under the bridges and stuff, I said, you're welcome to all the water you want. Just be sure to turn the hydrant off, you know, because
Yes.
I'm just a person, I don't give a shit. I think a person should have access to water, you know. I'm
Yep.
not going to hand a person at an intersection or nobody cash. I'm going to say, hey, if you're hungry, I'm going to go down here, pick you up some food, and I'll be right back. You know, I'm
Well,
not going to just hand somebody cash money, you know.
when I see a family sitting in a van in a Walmart parking lot with a sign saying, we just want some food, then I hand them money. I can't drive by and not. If I have
Yeah.
it.
And then you
How
got
many?
guys on, there's two sides of it. I agree. You know, there's people that really honestly, absolutely need it. And then you got these guys and girls out here in these cities, in the bigger cities. They got their cardboard signs. They're waving them at the intersection. They're making $300, $400, $500 a day, and they got the new car sitting around the corner down there where nobody can see it, where they park
Oh,
it, and
yeah.
they get to, they hustle it. You know, it's a
In
hustle.
Austin, that's how a lot of kids pay for their tuition. I know.
So
But
I
I'm
mean,
talking locally. If I see anyone locally that is in that situation, then I'm going to help them. If it's somebody even just passing through town,
and I
if they
mean,
just need a
I,
little bit of gas to get to the next town, if I
I'm
can
just
help
saying,
them, help them.
it's bigger than me. It's bigger than you, and it's bigger than everybody. It's
Yes,
just we have to do what we have to do to solve situations that we can, like that that saying when the AA people have, the wisdom, the courage to know, the change and the wisdom to know the difference, you know. If you can make a change in
yes,
somebody's
yes.
life and it benefits them in a way, then more power to you. You know, that's my motto. But I've just experienced so many people being from a big city. I've experienced so many people that you say, hey, 2 out of 10 ain't bad. 2 out of 10 people that I've ever helped have pretty much stood up and got their life back on track. But the other 8 just completely sucked at it because that's what they wanted.
Yeah.
You know, even if they, even if they never admitted it, they just wanted that lifestyle. And until they choose to change that lifestyle, that's the lifestyle they're gonna have. You know, the
Well, I'm going to
churches
go
and
ahead
stuff,
and close this one down. Sean, was there anything else you wanted to say before I close?
Yeah, the topics brought up are addressed by we the people assembling and petitioning governance for redress of grievances. And that really all you need to do is tell your public officials you're to them. And the Riverside ship, which is composed of volunteers, churches, and a lot of just people locally doing stuff. I've seen them who have their families living out of vans back on their feet. So we don't advertise in Riverside about, which I think is a shame, because the neighboring counties, especially LA, dumps their homeless elsewhere, and then we've, like in this particular location, we have to keep the drug dealers from going in and taking the brand new jackets that are donated or the brand new donated, and take them for the addicts that come in and stuff up on the street.
Poor Sean. He's got a really bad connection. So, anyway, here's the link for the National Assembly. Y'all could check it out. Greatly appreciated. And try to get involved.
yeah, it's a great
That's
conversation. I appreciate you, Bonnie, for allowing me to talk, and thank everybody for listening. We have to stop trying to reinvent the wheel. We got to figure out how to get the tire aired up again because it obviously has a hole in it. Then we can figure out how to
Exactly.
make it fast.
And that's what the assembly is trying to do. And
Yeah.
trying to find solutions to all the problems. And we know that the Constitution said by the assembly. Once you build an assembly, then you build a grand jury out of the assembly. And that's the goal, is to get back to the way it's supposed to be without all this people making a profit off of our lives.
We all are
Apologies.
guilty. We're all guilty of one thing, no matter how little or how big it is. It's called selfishness. You know, we could solve all these problems, but it's too biased. You know, it's too many individuals in doubt that it can be solved, and there's too many individuals that says it. You know, it's yin and the yang. I just do I do what I can do, and I leave all the rest of it alone. You know.
Was there anything else, Sean? I put the link for National Assembly.
I appreciate that. Sorry about the disconnect. I don't know why it comes more rapidly this last 20 minutes. Where
Yeah,
did I cut off? 'Cause I think it's about partnership.
you're roboting really bad, too. Darn it.
Am
All
I
right, y'all.
coming in?
I'm sorry.
Here we go again.
Oh, now I hear you. Well, I did for a second. Darn it.
Well, anyways, Bonnie, I'm gonna say bye to everybody, and nice talk anyhow, and I'll
Monty,
try to. All right.
I appreciate it. You take care. Thank you for coming up. Alrighty, y'all. Put the link if anyone wants to come backstage. I'm gonna eat, so you may hear me. But oh well. Monty, here's the link for backstage. Virginia. Watch. All right. Y'all have a good night. God bless you. See you next time.
Sorry about the disconnects.